Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to crumble!
I'm Joshua Kemble, and welcome to Joshua Kemble's Livestream. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 20 years. I was an art director for 9 years. And when I'm not art directing and working on illustrations and graphic designs, I'm working on comic books and graphic novels, and that's usually what I do during my streams. And while conversations can go all over the place on this stream, from spicy and entertaining to goofy and silly, one thing stays consistent throughout every stream. I'll always be working on art. So pull up a chair, get your art supplies out, and get ready for an entertaining show that'll keep you company while you work on your own personal art projects. This is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream.
All right, welcome to my live stream. I'm going to be working on coloring page, let's double check what page, 160 of Not Death But Love, The Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. It's been a week, you guys. It's been a week. There's been a lot going on. And the last live stream I was doing, there were a couple people kind of commenting on determinism. So anyhow, what we're going to do is work on some comics. This is just showing basically like, let me make sure. Okay, this is showing just my hand on a crappy Wacom tablet. And right here's my old pretty face. And then to the right of me, or I guess the left of me, I don't know. I think that's to your right. My left is the page I'm working on. So we're going to kind of start working on that. And my goal is to kind of flat color this whole thing. And I was thinking, because we were kind of randomly talking about determinism, let me go ahead and start getting set up here. This is continuing a page from before. And so I would like to be consistent with the colors from before. So I'm going to take off the view of the extras, take off my rendering layer, and we're just going to look at the flats alone. And we're going to start basically flat coloring. And I don't know why, but at this time of day, my eyes are getting kind of irritated by the glasses. So I think I'm going to take them off and we'll just kind of see how that works. Let me try cleaning them. Cleaning the lenses, wiping the lenses. That might be a good idea. But anyhow, so what we're going to do is basically start flat coloring this page and kind of seeing how that goes. And then I was thinking about playing a video and commenting on parts of it. I don't think we'll watch the whole thing, but I wanted to possibly watch a one of the thinkers that got me kind of thinking about determinism as a probable thing is this guy Robert Sapolsky. And he was interviewed. There's a really good conversation on Alex O'Connor's channel. Alex O'Connor has a really good channel where he'll kind of get in really hard conversations, quite often with theists. And I'm actually a believer, so it's interesting to me to hear like him discuss from like an atheistic perspective with like some of the hardcore theologians. He had a really good discussion with John Lennox recently. I always find it interesting because I'm a big believer in, I think it's important when you have a viewpoint. You know what? While I'm talking, I'm just going to get this all set up and we're going to start coloring. So we're making some progress rather than me getting distracted. So I always find like a really good thing to do when you disagree with somebody is we're going to expand this. I think it's good to steel man other people's arguments. Like, I don't think it's a good idea to like surround yourself with people who agree with you and only listen to sources or like news sources or shows or things like that that you specifically agree with. I think that can be a really dangerous thing. If you find yourself in a funnel where everybody agrees with you, I don't know. It just seems like a really bad idea. I tend to think that like one of the best things to do is to kind of surround yourself. You know, obviously you want friends and stuff that have common ground and stuff like that, but also to get familiar with the best arguments against everything you believe. I think that's just a really good thing to do. And that's one of the reasons I like Alex O'Connor's channel is he seems like a pretty interesting dude, but at the same time, also he's like represents, you know, an atheistic perspective of things in a really steelman kind of way. And I think it's valuable to kind of check out. But Robert Sapolsky, his guest is, I don't really honestly remember his religious beliefs, but I know that I think he's probably an atheist as well, but he's also one of the lead thinkers on kind of determinism. And he goes pretty far out there. Like a lot of determinists aren't like as hard line as he is. So we're going to kind of listen to that in a second and kind of comment on it and see how that goes. I haven't done this in a while, so we'll see if I'm a little rusty at it, but I think it would be fun to kind of explain like parts that I find compelling in the argument. Because we were kind of talking about this in my last live stream, and a couple people expressed disinterest in it or interest in it, but it just brought up like, oh, that might be a nice thing to kind of check out and comment on while I work on my comic. And of course, this isn't going to be like a commentary channel or anything like that. It just happens to be something really interesting that I thought we could kind of play in the background. Let's see here. And comment on, and hopefully like add, you know, my take on it and like what I find interesting and stuff about it. So, okay, without further ado, well, actually, let me get a little more set up here. I'm going to save this. And without further ado, yeah, let's put on the show and kind of see what we think. So I'm going to keep it real small. This is playing from Alex O'Connor's channel, and it's called "There's No Free Will. What Now?" And I really encourage you guys, before I comment on it and stuff, if you're listening to it and you're like, "Wow, this is really interesting," I'm not super interested in this guy's comments on it, but I'm interested in checking out the original. You should. It's a really good conversation. I don't think we're going to play the whole thing here, but we're just going to kind of listen to it. I'm hoping, let me make sure I've got it set up to play audio. That's the other thing. Let me make sure. I think I might not have set it up to play audio, so I'm going to actually remove it. We're going to get rid of it and then see if I can kind of make that work. So I'm going to say stop screen. Now I'm going to do my screen share thing, and we're going to kind of get it all set up again. Because I just realized I don't think I clicked the right thing. Okay, I did. That's good. That's good. Okay. So now we're good to go. Okay. I'm going to pop that up here. So up in the top corner, I'll play some of the video and we'll comment on it. And then obviously I'm going to work on art and comment with just some ideas about determinism. So let me know if you guys can hear it okay. It's been a while since I've done commentary, but it just seemed like an interesting topic. And I kind of want to delve into it too, because again, I'm not necessarily like a hardcore believer in determinism. The evidence that I've heard, obviously, I think Robert Sapolsky comes from it from more of a philosophical perspective. I can't really remember. It's been a long time. But I know there's a bunch of different perspectives on it, and it's fascinating. So let's hear Robert Sapolsky's kind of take on it. I know he's pretty far out there, so he's a good representation of it. So here we go. I'll just press play, and then we'll comment as we go.
Reason.
Thanks for having me on.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, just how bored are you of people making jokes about free will to the effect of whenever you do anything, they say, hey, it's not your fault, you couldn't help it?
Oh,
I got to admit, that's got to be the most annoying part, I would imagine, of being a determinist, is people making determinist jokes that you've probably heard a million times, where they're like, well, I mean, I was predetermined to not believe in determinism or whatever, you know. It's got to get very tiring. Anyhow, that's a good joke to kind of start it off.
I don't know. I've been telling people for a long, long time that I don't think there's any free will. So I've been hearing that as a response for a long time. So by now it has sort of a sentimental nostalgia. So that's good.
Sure. Well, I mean, although what we're talking about today really isn't any kind of joke, I can understand why to somebody who hasn't really thought about it before that much, it might sound like one. I mean, your most recent book, Determined,
That is one of the things that's also interesting is, like determinism, people might kind of think of it as like a joke, that like everything is kind of pre-mapped and pre-playing out. Again, this is dark stuff too. And I want to, you know what, actually, before they kind of get heavy into it, I'll kind of explain how this doesn't like cause me to lose all hope in life or something. I really do, prescribe to like, a belief that there is something greater than what we're experiencing right in life. And so I do believe that there is an overall hope to things. And I think that whether or not determinism exists, it seems kind of uncannily impossible to it seems uncannily impossible to kind of negate the idea that we do have choice and we do have free will. And even though I am slightly convinced, again, not fully convinced of the idea that it might actually be the way the world is, it doesn't negate my personal belief in like personal responsibility and making good choices. It just kind of makes me less proud of the good choices I've made. I don't know. It kind of makes me more humble because there is like a perspective that I think might be laid out. It's been a while since I've seen this specific conversation, but I think it humbles you more than makes you lose all hope in everything. But I will say determinism is kind of dark subject matter, so be wary and proceed cautiously and all that stuff. Okay, let's continue.
Is essentially an attack, a philosophical attack on what might be considered one of the most fundamental elements of being a human, of being alive, of being a conscious agent, and that is our ability to make choices. It's something that I've spoken about on my YouTube channel before. So I think that people listening will probably have a vague idea of the arguments surrounding the existence or non-existence of free will, but your book kind of takes two parts. There's the part one, here's the bad news, and then there's the part two of here's what we can do about it, or here's how we might respond to this realization that there is no freedom. So I think it would be worth going over the first part just a little bit, because everybody has a slightly different approach to arguing why there is no free will. There are lots of different ways to do it, but hopefully we can jump into the second part fairly quickly. So
that's a good point. Like, the idea of like the conversation about free will or no free will has existed since like the beginning of time. By the way, I'm doing this while working on Not Death But Love, the Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. But that's a really good point of like, I think the unique thing about this conversation is hopefully that it's going to have like kind of a two-pronged attack, like he was saying. It's not going to hopefully be just you're all doomed. Everything's kind of like, not only is it descriptive, but it sounds like he's kind of in his book offering prescriptions, which is kind of like a useful thing. Because I think I mentioned this on the last show, but I think one should be really weary of philosophy that offers descriptions but no prescriptions. Like science should offer descriptions without prescriptions, but I feel like when you get in the realm of philosophy, if what you're learning is not useful for this existence, then what is the purpose of the philosophy in itself? So anyhow, let's continue. We'll see. I could be wrong.
Adobe Express can be used to create many different
we got
things.
an Adobe
like my
Express
upcoming
ad.
Save the date. I'll start by bringing
I'm gonna
my
play
image
his
into
ads.
Photoshop.
There we
Moving
go.
to
I'll skip them when I can.
you can make an argument against free will from neuroscience, from physics, about particles bumping into each other, from just abstract philosophy about the way that thinking works. What approach do you take, and why?
Well, I am pitifully unschooled in both philosophy and physics, so I'm coming at it from my profession, which is I'm a biologist. I'm mostly a neuroscientist, but the fact that I'm not entirely one, I think, is very pertinent to all of this.
So I think that's a good thing to kind of lay out at the beginning stage too, is like, hey, what expertise are you coming at this from, right? I think that's actually, this is one of the reasons I like watching Alex's channels. A channel is, that's a very insightful question to kind of start off with, where you're kind of laying the groundwork. Like, there's a million different approaches his argument, but like what expertise the person has is obviously going to frame, their biases, or also not just biases, but like their approach to kind of like thinking about the subject, right? Because, like, for instance, I'm an artist. Like, my approach to thinking about this kind of thing is going to be a lot different than like a biologist or a neuroscientist. So, yeah.
Because what I spend my time thinking about is when a human, a primate, when somebody does a behavior, we ask, why'd they do that? Where did that come from? Why did that just occur? And what is scientifically sort of clear to me by now is that's a whole hierarchy of questions. Why did that occur? You're asking which parts of the brain did or didn't do something in the last half second. But you're also asking something about the sensory stimuli for that individual in the prior minutes. Were they terrified? Were they stressed? Were they aroused? Were they hungry, sleepy, whatever? Because that's going to affect how your brain is responding to stuff. But you're
okay. So he's pointing out a really good thing, right? If you're approaching something biologically, I would assume, and again, like, I'm no biologist, but I would assume that's really important to kind of like consider all external factors in behavior. So, and I mean, that makes a lot of sense, because like even in life in general, right? Man, I remember when my son was first born, right? And we had to go through all these like pregnancy classes, and like classes that like help, breathing and stuff like that for like pregnancy and stuff. But at the same time, also like would kind of review like, caretaking for like a newborn. And one of the key things that I took away from that was like, if you ever have like a newborn baby who's like upset about something, you're supposed to ask like 3 questions, because like a lot of people will just get flustered, if they have a kid and the kid's like really upset, they don't really know what's going on. Generally, it's like you want to rule out a couple things. Are they tired? Are they hungry? Or do they need to poop? And you can replace poop with fart. But like, it's that's basically like parents like have to ask that question all the time, because what on paper might kind of appear like, they're really upset and like this is an insane thing and stuff like that, it might just be this kid trying to communicate that they're hungry. So kind of a similar, I guess a similar thing, at least that's what it kind of makes me think of, is the idea of like deduction, where you're trying to kind of you're trying to kind of see like what are the external sources or factors that are kind of coming into play here, directing the behavior, not just like what is, specifically the behavior. I think that's kind of a good one to kind of start off with, because that is one of the weirdly, I mean, I know we haven't got far into it, but that is one of the things I find really compelling about determinism, is when I start thinking about external stimuli causing things, it does kind of beg to question how much control we have over, the decision to make like a right turn on a freeway. As silly as it might seem, because I think intuitively we all feel like we have free will. So let's continue.
Also asking, what about your hormone levels this morning? Because that's going to have been shaping how sensitive your brain was to various environmental stimuli. What were your last years like in terms of trauma, finding love, finding God, whatever? Because as the backbone of this whole field, neuroplasticity, you will get major changes in brain function and structure in response to experience like that. And then you're off to your usual suspects: adolescence, childhood, fetal life, your genes. Amazingly, you also have to consider what kind of culture your ancestors came up with. parentheses, what kind of ecosystems they were living in, because that had a ton to do with it.
So that's like a huge thing in determinism too. I'm so glad, like, this is a good conversation. This is one of the things I find really interesting about it. Hopefully you guys find this interesting. Hopefully you guys are working on some art, making some cool projects and stuff too. But yeah, like, to me, that's the thing that's tough about, like analyzing behavior, when it comes to like humans or people or even myself. It's like, even if behavior seems like it's intuitively my choice, right? Could it be that, like, one of my great ancestors or whatever made a decision that, to live in a certain environment, and I'm going to just throw out a hypothetical, like that environment had like lead or something. Because like nobody knew at the time that lead caused, like crazy severe brain issues. So then that ancestor has like crazy severe brain issues, and then they have kids, and those kids in turn, because they lived in, because their parents like lived in this area that was like filled with lead, have these like weird genetic predispositions to like issues that are common for people, with like, who are around lead. Like, I don't know if that's like the most scientifically sound version, but it kind of makes sense to me. It's like when you start deconstructing people's behavior and stuff, it can get real dicey, because you can start going back to like ancestry for reasons of things like, why are you the way you are? Well, a lot of it's shaped by your culture around you. And so I guess one of the things I find fascinating about this too is like the nature or nurture thing, where it's like it does get into questions of that too, like how much of who we are has to do with how our nature is versus how we are raised, and then weirdly enough, like how much is how we are raised influenced by the nature of the person who raised that person. You know what I mean? It's like this weird kind of cyclical thing, and the more I go down that rabbit hole, the more I'm a little more swayed towards this viewpoint. Let's hear what the rest of what they have to say.
What does that have to do with any of this? Because within minutes of birth, the culture in which your mother was raised will influence her mothering style. And so why did that person just do what they did? Because of everything from 1 second ago to millennia ago, all of these influences. And when you look at them, there's two key punchlines. The first one is when you look at sort of the amount of our behavior that all of those prior events encompass, what you conclude is we are nothing more than the sum of our biological luck, over which we had no control, and its interactions with the sum of our environmental luck, which we also had no control over. The second key point with that, which really does in free will for me, is...
So I want to stop there and kind of make sure I'm absorbing it, and hopefully, if you guys are watching, you kind of maybe are following too. But I think the gist there is, when you start kind of going down that like dissection of like seeing external factors of like, where you were born, or, who you were born to, and like what kind of environment and stuff you were born in, like how much that shapes who you are is like very strange. And it's also, very strangely powerful. Like it and it can explain a lot of factors like of like behavior. And it can go back like generations, right? So that's one kind of prong that he's laying out, right? I think he's laying out just kind of his argument for being convinced of determinism. Again, I find that one a little interesting, because whenever I think about things, and maybe they'll get into this, and again, I'm not like the smartest person on earth or anything. So, and again, I haven't fully thought about this, but it's like whenever I think about things like relating to determinism, and I start going down the logic chain of just like asking myself questions about it, I end up in these like strange scenarios where I'm not able to really find a lot of things that don't have external factors outside of our control as an explanation for like human behavior, which is really kind of not deterministic. It's kind of haunting that can be the case. But anyhow, let's hear the rest.
It's not a punchline here of, oh, you got to keep in mind a whole bunch of different scientific disciplines, because maybe neuroscience doesn't disprove free will, but endocrinology does, or that doesn't disprove but genetics or physiological ecology or any. No, the key point is all of these different disciplinary approaches turn into the same thing. What do I mean by that? You're talking about genes and behavior. If you're doing that, by definition, you're talking about millions of years of evolution of your genes. And you're also talking about what your childhood was like when experiences then were causing lifelong epigenetic changes in your gene regulation. And you're also talking about what proteins your brain were making on the direction of your genes 25 minutes ago. And when you look at how it forms this one continuous arc of influence.
Yeah, that's fascinating to me too, is like skeptics of this tend to not be as skeptical of like supplements for, different like brain function or something. You know what I mean? Like there are proven proteins and stuff that anyhow, whatever. The point is that even what your mom is eating when you're, born, like is going to like basically affect your brain function, right? As an adult. And so it's like there's all these like weird little external factors that are going to play roles. And to me, I think a good case in point is just like a misbalance of like the stuff in your brain can cause like severe emotional reactions. Is really interesting. So, and some of it can be just a change of diet or something that like basically modifies behavior. It's just kind of bizarre that how much our brain kind of can affect our anyhow, let's just hear what he has to say.
My 2 cents is there's not a crack anywhere in that edifice in which you could shoehorn in free will.
Is your mind secretly
sabotaging? Okay, we got an ad to skip.
What if there was a way you could instantly stop self-sabotage and
All right. I do like to play their ads though, so they get revenue.
Tell
while
me
I
about
play
the hungry judge phenomenon.
Oh, I love this one. This one is in the realm of like what's been going on in the previous hours. And this was this classic study.
Okay, so I have watched this before. I watched it a long time ago, but yeah, this is really interesting. He talks about this study, and he's going to go into it, right? But he talks about this study where back in the day, they looked at judges' sentencing and like the lenience of their sentencing, and they found out that judges around lunchtime were more likely to find somebody guilty than judges than judges at other times of day. So it's like one of those things of like, we always like to think of judges as like really impartial and, like they're these bastions of reason and logic and stuff. But just based on the time of day that you have your trial, you're like more or less likely to get sentenced, because the judges would be so influenced by just being hungry or just being in a rush to go get some lunch. I find that really fascinating, but yeah, let's hear him kind of lay it out. Because I think this is a really good one.
Published in a very prestigious journal, looking at all of the parole board decisions that were made in a particular country over the course of a year, and hundreds, possibly thousands, I'm forgetting. And, at each juncture, a judge either let somebody go free or sent them back to jail. And the scientists looking for what were the predictors of the decision. And they found like the single most powerful one was how many hours it had been since the judge had eaten a meal. See a judge right after they had lunch, you had about a 60% chance of parole. By 3-4 hours later, essentially.
See, I think not only is this great for determinism, but it's good knowledge to have. Like if you ever have to go before a judge try to book your time like an hour or so after lunch, because wow, yeah, that's kind of a wild one. Anyhow, let's kind of continue. But I do think that's a crazy study, right? Like, I feel like we probably want to look into that at some point, because that means there might be a flaw in our system. Like, if judges are being that swayed to like a 60% increase in probability of weighing a certain way whether they ate or not, that's kind of a dangerous scenario. Feed your judges is all I'm saying if you're in court. All right, let's continue.
Actually a 0% chance. Whoa, what is that about? That's totally bizarre. That makes total biological sense, because like the part of your brain that is required to think about the world from somebody else's perspective, to challenge your immediate snap judgments a second time, a fifth time, a 10th time. It's part of the brain. The frontal cortex is the most expensive part of your brain metabolically. When it's been hours since you've eaten, your blood sugar levels are low, and what's one of the first parts of the brain that's beginning to get a little sluggish as a response? This part of the brain, and it's easier to default into a quick.
I love that. So like, he's basically saying, because the frontal cortex of the brain is like basically like the empathy machine in our brain, and it also requires like the most power basically to run. It's gonna burn through more of a need, like you're gonna have more of a need for food the more you're using it. And so like, if you're super hungry, you're less likely to be empathetic. That makes perfect sense to me. Again, like, if you guys are watching this and you see any holes in it, comment, but I find that compelling, at least as a case for like hunger influencing your decisions. I also will just say, and I know this is very unscientific to kind of bring up like personal experience, but man, I would say like decisions I've regretted that I've made in life usually happen like super late at night, if I haven't had sleep, or they happen, when I'm hungry. Like it's just kind of a weird thing. So, and also I will say, just in relationships and stuff, like, not being hungry is a good thing. It's when people are hungry, they get when you start feeling the hunger pains. Not pains, but pangs. I just realized that was kind of weirdly pronounced. Yeah, it's like you're definitely going to be more prone to like kind of snap decisions and stuff, because you're just like, ugh, I don't care. Like your brain literally just has no fuel to run on for that. That's interesting. All right, let's keep going.
Snap judgment, and the neurometabolism of that occurring is like pretty straightforward. What's astounding to me is the knowledge that you take any one of those judges and say, whoa, this is interesting. Remember back right after lunch, you had a guy who had done X and you paroled him. And just now this person seemed to have done the exact same thing, but you sent him back to jail. What's the deal with that? They're not going to say, because my frontal metabolism decreased. They're going to cite some college course on Immanuel Kant.
There we go. So that's like that this is where it kind of starts straying into the determinism thing, because like, if you if you ask somebody who was hungry when they made a bad decision, why they made it, or like an unfair decision, quite often our human instinct is to be like, no, I made a perfectly rational decision and I made it. Like my hunger didn't, like I made it because I'm smart. Like it's that is kind of a that is it. This is a good way to line up and set up the conversation, for a hard topic. I love it. By the way, we're coloring comics. If you're kind of tuning in, we're working on page 160 of Not Death But Love: The Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and I'm commenting on There's No Free Will, What Now by Robert Sapolsky, the conversation on Alex O'Connor's YouTube channel. The reason I'm doing this is like, I think it was like earlier in the day on a stream before, we were kind of talking a little bit about determinism, and I was saying I'm slightly swayed by it. Like I find the argument for it pretty intriguing, and I find it like I have to kind of look more into it, but like especially maybe I'll watch some debates or something and read a little more about it. But I would love to hear like some compelling cases against it, because that's kind of, because it's pretty interesting and compelling. And again, like I haven't put like a ton of thought into it, but the little thought that I've put into it, it's been pretty compelling. All right, let's continue.
Or something that will fill in an attribution when it's metabolic. Okay, it must be said.
Oh, sorry, I should have mentioned too. You should watch the original on Alex O'Connor's channel as well. This is me commenting. That you can hear the whole beautiful thing, on his channel without comment.
That study got a lot of attention, and it got a few different groups challenging its statistics, its interpretation. It is totally, utterly held up solid and has been replicated. You do not want to ask for a home mortgage loan at the bank if it's been hours since the person you're talking to has eaten a meal.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
Okay, let's skip
thinking
this
about
ad.
it. Meet Base 44.
All sorts of.
Okay, so while he's saying that, like that actually, that's really interesting too, because he's basically saying it's like peer reviewed, and it's like very scrutinized. It's been very scrutinized because of course the results are kind of concerning if it's like judges are making really biased decisions when they're hungry. But then they cross check it a bunch, and there's all these challenges, and it's still held up. So it's in the science world that generally, at least from my silly like art guy understanding, I think that's kind of your goal, right? Is to like survive peer review and challenge when it comes to like kind of research findings and stuff. And then also he mentioned the really important thing, which is that it was replicatable. So like that's a huge thing in science, right? Where things need to be replicated in order to be considered kind of sound. Like if you can't replicate a process, it's hard to kind of prove scientifically. And so like that to me is really interesting. I just find it really interesting. All right, let's keep going. Again, I have to color this comic tonight. Why not comment on something interesting whilst coloring it? I think I'm going to start coloring Elizabeth now. Elizabeth's on the roof in this scene, and we'll color that. But let's listen to what he has to say next.
Versions like that. When people are hungry, when they're sleep deprived, they become less generous. They become less cooperative. They're more likely to stab you in the back if you're playing an economic game with them. So just on that level, wow. When you had lunch is going to have a major impact on whether or not, like, you're going to send this person back to jail or not. Yeah, there's machinery humming underneath the surface all the time.
And this, when you
see, I love that, because that's the thing that I find really compelling about it. The idea of like the machinery running under the surface the whole time, like for a long time, or all the time. Did I say for a long time? Because like, yeah, that's like kind of one of the core ideas of this thing, the determinism thing, is the idea that like, it's not that you don't feel that you have free will or you don't feel like you have choice, but it's that there are so many like driving factors causing your actions that it's kind of hard to claim authorship of it. Does that make sense? And like, that is a really scary thing, because the thing is, I think what freaks people out about it, and myself included, right, is let's say hypothetically there, everything's predetermined, then why does anybody do anything, right? It is like a really tough thing. And then also, how do we base our society if like you can't like if you can't really make choices, like it's just like a real restrictive kind of scary feeling, the idea that could be true. That I think it fights our very nature of experience of like, I've made these choices and it led to these good actions. This person made these bad choices that led to these bad actions. it's kind of hard to accept the idea, and I'm being honest, like for me it is very much that like, you know, we could just literally be doing like playing the music that's written on sheets, you know, that we're not the authors of. That's a little scary. Like I'm not fully comfortable with determinism, but it's a compelling well, let's keep going, but there's a pretty compelling case for it. All right, let's keep listening.
You say this is the biggest predictor of the parole decision that the judge makes. Is this bigger than political affiliation, bigger than the kind of schooling that the judge has? This is really the biggest factor that we can use to determine or to take a guess at what their decision is going to be.
Well, it's after controlling for like the logical modulators. What is the person from the same in-group that you are? What's your who appointed you, things of that sort. It was Middle Eastern country, so some specifics to their sort of criminal justice system. But yeah, of the extraneous, this couldn't possibly have something to do with how judges make their decisions list, this was at the top of the list. Fascinating.
That is really interesting. Like, I mean, can you imagine like like, of course, like somebody's like political affiliation is probably going to influence, you know, their decisions, because that ties into like underlying philosophy, right? Or, you know, like who elected them, or, you know what I mean? Like who put them in place. Maybe there's like political pressure kind of pushing them towards specific kinds of decisions. That would be expected, but it is kind of unusual to think. But it's unusual, but it does seem relatively rational to think that that hunger would kind of influence a judge's decisions. Like, to me, that doesn't. They actually seem more blown away by that than me. Like, because I know that at least in my own experience, man, if I'm hungry, I'm not really thinking clearly, and quite often I'll think I'm thinking clearly, right? And then I'll realize, like, wait a minute. Like, have you guys ever had a day where you're just, man, you're like feeling just extremely emotionally moved by something, and you're like, man, and it's like your brain has convinced you, like, it's just it's the most thing, and then you're like, wait a minute, I just need to sleep, you know? Like sleeping is actually what I need to do right now. Not like it's happened so many times that and I feel like food in particular, I don't know, man. I've just known too many people who get kind of weird if they don't eat, you know? I mean, it just, I don't know. It makes sense to me. I don't know. I guess maybe like I wouldn't be as skeptical as they're being, which is funny because I view myself as a skeptic, but it's like, if I saw those results and I was a scientist, I may not be like, yeah, I want to challenge that. But, you know, which they should do. It's their job, you know, is like to challenge findings and stuff that are in studies, but my point is, like, I don't know, does it seem that crazy? It doesn't seem that crazy to me. You know, that hunger is going to influence decisions, but it is disturbing because, like, again, if that's the case, maybe we need to make sure judges are really well fed before they see a case, you know? All right, let's continue.
Because well, especially because most people intuitively know this to some degree, right? If you're having an argument with somebody, you might think to yourself, gosh, maybe I'm just hungry or hangry. Maybe I'm tired. You say, well, let's revisit this in the morning. I need to sleep on it. You know, people are already aware that to some degree, there are moments in our lives where the decisions that we make seem to be out of accord with our own agency. So when asking, you know, whether we have free will, everybody's going to agree that there are certain circumstances where we have less free will or more free will. There are certain times when our free will is diminished. And I suppose when the question is asked, you know, well, where...
So this is getting to like the crux of it, right? Where it's like everybody to an extent believes in no free will in some occasions, right? Where it's like, you know, yeah, I mean, like if something external to like yourself, like forces a decision or a specific like action or a specific emotion or a specific choice, like, is it really a choice? Like when it's a forced choice, like it's a, you know, like Alex was saying, it's like, you know, I mean, we all kind of accept the idea of like, in relationships or something, if you're like arguing or upset and you realize like, wait, I'm hungry or I'm tired, or again, like you have like a newborn and they're upset and you're like, okay, it's probably because they're hungry or they're tired or they need to like use the restroom. Like that's 99% of the time a newborn is upset. It's because they're hungry, they're tired, or they need to poop. Like, and it, or pass gas, and it's like, that's just something we all kind of know. Like it's just like, it's been kind of broadly accepted. I don't think most people are going to argue with it. So I love that they're kind of starting off with like getting a yes on the basic thing where nobody really believes that everything is free will, right? I don't think there's anyone out there who's going to make the argument for there is nothing deterministic at all in life, right? I think that would be it. That would be the most insane argument to make. Like, I don't think you could make that argument where it's like everything is a choice. That would be a wild one to try to back, right? Okay, but now they're going to start getting into the meat, is what I'm guessing, right? Because it's like, okay, now how do we jump from like these little determinations, right, to like the broader determination that like like there is no free will, like. Because that's a big jump from like, yeah, there are some times where you don't have free will in some scenarios, but like to jump from that to just the wholesale scary one, that's a whole leap. So let's hear him do it.
Do we draw the line as to how far that can go, how far that free will can be removed? Your answer seems to be that there is no line.
Yeah, these are nice liberal reformist edge cases. Oh, we all have free will, but some of the time all of us have less than at other times, and some people really have way less than other people. My stance, and I'm way out in the lunatic fringe on this in terms of sort of neuroscientist even, is that there's no free will whatsoever. That there's all sorts of points where we think we're seeing it, because we're looking in the wrong place, we're having a very strong emotional pull towards seeing it, but that there actually is none whatsoever. When you look at the cumulative ways in which you turned out to be who you are, and how what came before determined that, there is none. That's all we are.
That's a bold statement. So, I mean, that's a very bold statement. So he's straight up just saying, yeah, there's nothing that basically doesn't already set in stone the path that we're on, like that we're going, the path we're going to pick, the direction we're going to pick on the road. This is why I find Sapolsky really interesting, because there are a lot of determinists that are different kind of thinkers on it. He's one of the ones that like doubles like or triples down on it, but I think he makes a pretty keen argument on it. So we'll kind of see it, but I do think that's that is one that like I feel like that's like a very good for him, putting his his feet down and planting a stance very firmly and saying, hey, this is the thing. I am not there yet with determinism. I'm swayed by it, but I don't think it's going to be. This is where I think we were talking about this on the last live stream. But it's like, I don't think it's like a make or break philosophy. Like I think it might affect how some policies play out for sure. Right. We might have to rethink our legal system and stuff like that, but I don't think at the end of the day, like somebody's going to be a bad person if they don't, agree with determinism. Like, I don't think it's that as important of a philosophy, but I think ethically it brings up a lot of challenges that are kind of dangerous. So it's a weird, interesting thing. That's why I find it interesting, because it's like, if it's true, the ethical implications are like huge. So, but like my own, I was just saying for my own life, it's not, I don't think it's make or break either way. So I haven't really, when something philosophically is like demanding a solid, yes or no kind of look at things, then of course my attention is going to be like drawn to those a lot more than something that I feel kind of like meh, like it could be. Hey Dylan, how's it going? I'm watching a Alex O'Connor conversation with, let's see, with Robert Sapolsky while I color on free will and determinism because of the conversation we were having before. And it's I don't know, it was interesting, and I was like, maybe I'll watch and comment on some of the videos I found fascinating about it. So I pulled this one up. Sapolsky's interesting. I've seen him talk on a few things, but don't always agree with him. But this is like kind of him having a conversation about like some of the arguments for determinism. Let's hear it. How are you doing, Dylan? What you working on? How are things?
We are the outcome of the biological environmental luck that started way back when, up to a second ago, and there's no me inside your brain that's in your brain but not of your brain, and it's made of something separate, and that somehow is immune to things like your blood glucose levels or your genes or what culture you were brought up in, or whether you're worrying about paying the month's rent, and that's like the main thing on your mind. That's there is no separate me in there.
Okay, again, really bold statement, but I like that he brought up, Dylan said, I like Alex O'Connor. I do too. I think he's a pretty hefty, smart thinker. And the thing I like the most about him is like the guests he has on to speak with. Like, I think I said this at the beginning, maybe you probably missed it, but it's like he's a really interesting, to me, like steel man. Like, he has a lot of people who are very antithetical to what I believe on, and he has people who are very hardcore, strong thinkers in what I believe. And the thing I like about O'Connor is that he usually will just pick heavy hitters in all areas, and like to me that's really interesting to just hear these diverging viewpoints and stuff in best case scenarios, not just in like poor arguments, so I like, to me, that's what's most interesting about his channel is like the conversations he has with like such a variety of people, and people that firmly disagree with him too. I just think he's in the past few years just been like, incredible at that. So definitely really fun content. All right, let's continue. Oh, I did want to kind of chime in on that though. Like, so he's got a good point about like the blood glucose levels too, right? Where it's like, I mean, if you've ever, I've been fortunate not to have, any diabetic issues, right? But I've known people with diabetes who have it pretty severe. And when they're at a point where like the sugar is low in their body, like they can start to experience like visions, like a good friend of mine was like very severely diabetic, and he was actually working on a comic where it was like colored differently because like, there's like these weird kind of trippy colors, and the descriptions I've had from people who are going into like basically whatever I'm forgetting the term for it, but it's like the shock you go into when you've had like too low of sugar. It's like, it's kind of wild. It's supposedly, like, at least from what he had described, he said it was kind of like almost like a trance kind of thing where it's like you see these like beautiful colors and you just get like real despondent, and I don't know, it's and it's all just a chemical in your brain that's just causing like this complete shift in like every choice you make, and like kind of alter your perspective and stuff. And it's like, to me, that's one of the things that I find really compelling about determinism too, is just on a base level, just thinking about all the little things that can fire in your brain in a certain way and just cause, a completely different behavior. It's really weird and interesting to me. So let's continue in a second. Although we're picking this railing, hopefully you guys are having a really good night. It's a Saturday night. This Saturday for me has been good, but it's been definitely one of those times where my plans have all shifted, like with what I was going to accomplish and get done, which I guess is kind of the nature of weekends and stuff. But okay, let's get back into it. Oh,
sometimes life can be a little messy.
Yeah, it
but
can.
With next-gen Nuvella Performance.
Yep. Okay.
Now, people are going to want to separate out the micro from the macro here. They're going to want to say, okay, if it gets cold, that will be a determining factor in me putting my coat on. I'll go and put a jacket on. And clearly, that's somewhat out of my control because I don't control the temperature. But that's not going to determine whether I put my left arm through first or my right arm through first. Like those minute decisions that seem to be almost trivial. It's almost as if even if you went looking for some kind of determinant factor as to why you do the left arm rather than the right arm, it seems ridiculous to say that decision might have something to do with your ancestors or the how recently you ate or any of these kinds of factors. So
this is interesting. So he's bringing up like a common thing where it's like and I've noticed this too. People who haven't read much about determinism will usually make the argument of like, well, what if I just randomly jump right now in the air? Like, was that predetermined? I'm guessing Sapolsky's going to have the right answer here. I guess there's no, like, again, I'm sure he'll have a better answer than I would. My argument would just be kind of getting into like, well, are you left-handed? Were you raised by like people who were more skeptical? Did they live in a culture that like accepted skepticism? There's a lot of things that like actually it's like it breaks down to, because if you think about it, like just the act of doing something random just to prove you have free will kind of shows some specific predetermined traits you might already have, I don't know if that makes sense. They'll get into it a little more, but the arguments I've heard for it are really compelling, and I can't wait for the response to this. So yeah, the question is, basically like, yeah, like how is it predetermined the method with which you're going to put on your shirt?
What's a good way of explaining the loss of agency in the minute decisions like that, where there doesn't seem to be even to the person a sort of a rational or an obvious non-rational reason for one or the other?
Well, let's unpack that a bit. So you get some college freshman who has volunteered for a psych experiment, and they show up, and the experiment is, here's a button, and whenever you feel like it, push it, and you can push it with your right hand or your left hand and just go for it. And thus we're in this micro world. So first off, is this person left-handed or right-handed? That's a biological phenomenon. Does this person happen to have a sore shoulder on their right side and not their left? Whatever it is. So that. But then you're sitting there, and this is a psych experiment. You're wondering, what do they really want to know about this? You start generating a hypothesis. What is it that they're looking for? You're having a meta level of you're saying, well, I just did my left hand 3 times in a row. Is that indicative? Okay, let me do right next time. Then you're wondering if you saw it and you thought you saw like a micro expression of a smile on the researcher's face, that their theory was just, are you a jerk at that point saying, okay, I know what they're up to, I'm going to do just the opposite? How do you turn out to be, first off, the sort of person who would be in university and sign up for a psych experiment, and the sort of person who would show up on time? And how do you be the sort of person who was or wasn't generating hypotheses as to what are they looking for here? And do I want to confirm that? Do they
Hopefully you guys are following that. So like he was saying, like, this skeptic, or this person who's like basically in a psych experiment, like even if it feels like what they're doing is random, like just the chances of all these things aligning that allow a person to even be in that scenario, it like actually is it's less determined or less random than it seems, right? Because it's like, well, now it's like it's a person at a university, right? Most of these things are done at a university, so it's a person who had the wherewithal to go to a university, and then also they had developed a logical reasoning to the point where they were able to kind of start assessing the test, right, and kind of like feel it out and stuff like that. And it's like, well, what kind of background like leads to that, right? It's just interesting. Okay, but yeah, I think I again, like, it's interesting to me. What's interesting to me about the determinism thing that I've noticed so far is usually there is some kind of counter to that's very logical to like almost every criticism I've heard of it, where you can kind of like dissect it and explain it through determined means, which is really scary. And again, I'm not saying I like it. I am kind of curious. It's been a while since I saw this, so I don't actually remember any of the prescriptions for like, okay, if everything is predetermined, like what do you do, right? I would be curious to kind of see, their answer to that. Like, I'm sure like that my answer would be a little different because like I said, I'm kind of, I am a person of faith. And so I would feel that, a lot of my my answer to that wouldn't really change much because I still am supposed to behave well and love people and treat people like I'd like to be treated and stuff, whether it's predetermined that I do that or not. I have like kind of a life mandate, like I don't have to worry about whether it's predetermined or not. I just kind of have to try to do it and know that I'll fail at it. It's going to be really interesting to kind of hear what the prescription is here. But let's keep going. Hopefully you guys are interested in this. I am doing my flat colors for panel 1 on page 160 of Not Death But Love: The Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and starting it much later than I would have liked. Which means it's probably going to be a slightly late night because I do need to finish this page. Hopefully today. That's my hope. But of course, it's a page with like a big background, so that will take some time. Anyhow, let's continue.
Are they appealing? Am I going to try to do what I think they want me to do? Or am I going to do the opposite because I'd like to show them that I'm smarter than they are because of my authority issues? And like just unpacking even something as like trivial as that is going to have a little bit of this viscosity coming from everything that came before that made you.
Well, people often like to ask me about that. There's a French philosopher whose name I
Come on into Baymont, where you'll be greeted with a warm welcome, get a cozy room to rest up.
Here we go. Let's hear the French philosopher.
don't know if I pronounced correctly, but this concept of Buridan, is it Buridan? But his donkey or his arse, and this idea of a donkey stood behind two haystacks, and it's hungry and it needs to eat from one or the other, but because the donkey has literally no reason to pick one haystack over the other, it stands in the middle and ends up starving to death, because any reason to go for one or the other doesn't materialize, and yet to go for one or the other you need some reason. And I had someone ask me about this recently. I was speaking at a school, and this young guy comes up to me and he asks me about this situation, and the way that I tried to explain it to him was to say, the two options you have are that either there is some determining factor that makes the donkey go for stack A or stack B, or there's literally no determining factor. Now, granting that the donkey probably does something, right? So let's say it goes for stack A. If there was some determining factor, then that's what we're talking about here. You have to ask what brought about that determining factor, and it's probably outside of the donkey's control. But even if it were the case that there really were zero determining factor, and the donkey genuinely randomly picks stack A, the definition of randomness entails that you're not in control of that either. A lot of people like to think that the place you can shoehorn in.
So that's a really good point too. I had forgotten about this point. Yeah, so like even randomness, it isn't like you don't choose random. You know, like if you randomly choose, you're actually not in control of the choice. It's like flipping a coin, you know. If you're truly flipping a coin, like if you're a magician, then you're in control of the randomness, right? And you kind of fudge the flip. But if you're just purely randomly, you know, doing something, it that in itself isn't a choice. And that's the thing that's really interesting. Although I guess the choice to do something random, I don't know. I got to think about this one. My brain's too tired from comics all day, but it's still interesting. I don't know. Do you guys find it interesting? I can also talk about other things as well on here, but today we're talking. We're listening to Alex O'Connor talk with Robert Sapolsky, and let's hear it.
In free will, as you say, is by looking towards elements of randomness in the universe, perhaps at the quantum level, but oftentimes I think forgetting that randomness means that there's no determining factor, which means that you can't be the determining factor, so that must be outside of your control too. But I wonder how you would account for this situation of the donkey between the two haystacks and what might be going on in its mind.
Well, randomness is a very tricky thing in all this. First off is the like holy grail or like deepest hole into purgatory of any of this, which is quantum indeterminacy. And does that actually mean the whole universe is indeterministic? And is there a way to harness indeterminacy to get like free will and all? And in the book, I spent 2 chapters on this, that essentially quantum indeterminacy has nothing to do with any of this for 3 reasons. The first is the subatomic scale. It's so many orders of magnitude that these effects would have to bubble upward, and in such synchrony among all the different subatomic events going on in one molecule at a time, let alone one region of the brain, that it's beyond impossible for that to occur. The second one is exactly what you allude to, which is if by some chance it did bubble all the way up to affect the function of a neuron or a part of the brain or whatever, as you say, it's a prescription for randomness. And God help you if, say, you're attributing, say, your moral philosophy to randomness.
Yeah, so that's that's a really good counter, I think, to it, where he's basically saying even if it is possible, it's like the idea that you're going to basically take ownership of a decision based on a neuron that caused that decision randomly is a little frightening, you know. But also, oh man, either way it gets a little creepy. Let's dig a little deeper, guys. I don't know why I was in the mood for determinism, but here it is. Here's our dive into a conversation about determinism. Let me get this sky real quick, and while I get the sky, let me check with chats. Dylan said it's interesting. That's good. I'm glad you're finding it interesting. I like this purple sky. I think it works better when I do the once I've done the color hold that I'm gonna do on the rendering for this too. And I am kind of debating whether I should like brew some coffee, once we hit the hour mark, maybe put on, we have hit the hour mark. You know what? I'm not going to do anything like brewing coffee until I have finished this panel. So we're going strong, until I finish this panel, and then I'll probably play a little, break video, but let's continue.
And every free will believer and free will skeptic, except for a weird sort of subgroup there, agree that randomness is not like the basis for free will. It's just as incompatible as extreme determinism. The third one is then this sort of desperate Hail Mary that people often grab for at that point, which is somehow to harness that randomness in some way, higher level brain function, the you that's supposedly separate in there, in some ways able to reach down a form of downward causality that philosophers basically think can't exist, in order to opportunize that randomness for your own like free will pleasure and stuff. And there's no mechanism for it that works. That said, when you look at the brain, neurons do random things. Neurons will randomly dump little packets of neurotransmitters. Neurons will randomly have action potentials now.
So this is really interesting. This one I'm kind of following. I'm not sure if I entirely follow the argument that they're laying out there, you know. It sounds, I'm going to try to kind of explain it, and if I seem like, you know, this is a way I kind of process information too, where I'm just like, am I understanding this? Can I explain it? You know, kind of sounds to me like he's saying that, you know, basically, like, unless you really have this, like, I think the last point he was making was that there are people who have the belief that it sounds like almost like that with like focusing your brain and energy that you can control atoms. I mean, that's almost like a boiled down, like you can go top down, right? And control the determination of what, like basically go top down with the control over, you know, tiny molecules, which is, that is kind of a, I can see why he's kind of casting that aside, because it's a little hard to believe, but I'm not sure if maybe it's unfairly being pushed aside, and maybe there are like stronger arguments for it that they're ignoring. But that does seem kind of weird, like just on its head, if that's what he is saying, that the claim is that like somebody can, you know, like almost like matrix their you know, their situation. Yeah, I don't know. That would be a hard one to believe. But I also could be misunderstanding what exactly he just said, because it was a little confusing. For me, like, there's just, you know, I'm a pretty smart guy, kind of, but like there's definitely times where sometimes something goes over my head, and that was definitely one of them where I think I understood it, but you know, I could very easily have misunderstood it. Let's keep going.
And then, and you ask the same question, is this like the fodder for your like moral philosophy kind of thing? Very unlikely. And the randomness turns out not to be all that random. For example, so you got, you know, neurons, they talk to other neurons by way of these little fibrous end things called axon terminals that have little packets of neurotransmitters in them. And when the first neuron gets excited, it dumps those neurotransmitter packet out into the space, which floats over to the next neuron and gets it excited. And occasionally you see neurons that will just spontaneously dump their neurotransmitters out of their little packets. Whoa, randomness, all of that. Randomness as in, well, there's the usual machinery for dumping neurotransmitter when you want to, and it's incredibly complicated and has produced a couple of Nobel Prizes. So like somebody is not looking at the control panel when they should be inside that neuron, and like something slips by and you accidentally activate the dump the neurotransmitter mechanisms. Oh, it's just a hiccup in the system. No, it turns out spontaneous neurotransmitter release has a completely different mechanistic pathway for doing it. You evolved a capacity for spontaneous release. And then you look more closely, and it turns out there's certain times when these random events occur in your.
Wait, so that's insane. So he's saying that there was this like random neurotransmitter activity, right? And where like, there's a function for like them to dump these chemicals or whatever that get the neurotransmitters excited. I'm probably getting that wrong. But the point being, it's like, it seemed like, scientists were observing something really random going on in the brain. And then it turns out that, like, from what he's saying, it sounds like the more they observed it, they started realizing, no, the ones that are randomly dumped are like, it's like they're in their own little dump site. Like they're not randomly dumped in the same way that, they're dumping when it's planned and intentional. So in a weird way, the random stuff, and then now he's saying it's like on a schedule, which is really interesting to me. And for some reason, the analogy is making me think of like a trash truck, like on schedule, like picking up its deliveries. I don't know if that's intentional on his part, or if that's just me being completely, idiotic or whatever. But it's interesting. Again, really interesting. I can't explain it. Why I find this so fascinating, but I do. I do. Okay. Well, I can explain why, because it is heavy if it's true. If it's true, that's a very heavy truth. Yeah, and it is a truth where I'm like, I really don't know what we do with that truth, Like that's just kind of a wild one. All right, we are getting there, guys. We are coloring this panel with a bunch of background buildings, and hopefully I can get through it. All right, let's continue the video.
Brain, more often than others, different physiological states. In other words, there are points where your brain determines it's time to be indeterministic for a bit. That sure is not free will. That's as much free will as like you take an improv theater class and you sit there and the teacher tells you, okay, so now we're going to start this scene. Go for it. That teacher has determined that you are going to be indeterministic now along some parameters. Even looking at that level, there.
Interesting. That's I don't know, man. Yeah, so it's like basically there's like a prompt in your brain telling your brain to be random. And so can that be not determined? Whew. I love it.
There's no actual randomness happening there, and there's no means by which true randomness is the way in which you turn out to be, a fundamentalist Baptist or a Tibetan Buddhist or a nihilist or whatever. It's just not the building blocks that you can use to generate that.
It's so fascinating that that idea is a little disturbing, right? Because it's like it really does kind of get into like if people aren't actually making choices of their own like free will and volition, that would mean that people are really not in control of their belief systems, their choices, their deepest held beliefs, and that's a little hard to swallow, And what's interesting to me is like I know that like theologians have wrestled with that one a lot too, right? Where it's like, there's this idea that like God predetermines, like predestination, right? He kind of predetermines all beings that are going to be saved, and yet also we're told, at least in the Bible, right? It's like there's a biblical claim that we are choosing, like we choose, and that's a conundrum that people have really struggled with for years. And there's always been like kind of half-hearted or strange like attempts to kind of explain it, but it definitely ends up being this kind of weird, at least theologically, like it ends up being kind of a very self-defeating thing where it's like you can't really kind of have both, can you? And it's definitely a strong kind of argument that I've heard against the Bible too. Not that I agree with that argument against the Bible, because again, like I'm a believer, but it's like, but it is interesting to think about, like, how do you reconcile the idea of like having choices that are pre-made for you with also having free will to make choices? Like, it's just a hard one to wrap your brain around, you know? And to me, it's really interesting that, yeah, that's Dylan was saying. So what I'm getting is that the brain is like the shuffle button on Spotify. It's not truly random. Yeah. So yeah, he's basically saying, you know, there's no random choices. Like the choice to be random is a choice. Like that the brain is like consciously making, that's kind of predetermining the random event, which is bizarre.
So no freedom, no agency, no ultimate control over our actions. That's the situation we find ourselves in. And I want to talk about how we should react to this. But just beforehand, one more example. Who's this guy that got the pole through his skull and it
This one's totally really interesting.
Changed his behavioral traits.
Phineas Gage. Every neuroscientist, while they're still in the crib, is forced to hear the story of Phineas Gage because it's ground zero for neuroscientists having something useful to say about free will. 1840s, Phineas Gage was working on a railroad construction line. Somebody screwed up something with some dynamite and did what they weren't supposed to do, and it blew a 3-foot long, 13-pound metal rod when it exploded into Gage's eye and out the top of his head, his forehead, and in the process landing 13 feet over. From there, in the process, it also took out his frontal cortex, which was like nicely splattered all over the acreage there.
Okay, so hopefully you guys are following this. There's this dude in the 1800s. He's working on like a rail yard, and a large metal like rod basically flies through the air, goes through his eye, and blows out his frontal cortex. Like, okay, that is a rough day at work. I've heard this one before too. This is a really interesting story. Yeah. There's a couple really interesting stories. Like there's another one I've heard. I don't think it's on this show, but it's another one of those like neuroscience ones where somebody had split their like two hemispheres of their brain. And so like their communication, like what was interesting is like they would have like these people who had the split hemisphere like draw, and it would cause like all these weird things. And because of that, for a lot of years, people had this belief in the idea of like the left and right brain in art, which I guess has been debunked since. But it all kind of originated from the idea of these like experiments where people would have their left and right hemispheres of their brain separated, and they do studies having them draw, and like they would like be able to draw, but like the math, like anything that required the other side of the brain would be like just completely disabled when they were drawing. Like it was really interesting. I need to reread up on that because I can't quite remember the significance of those left-right brain experiments. But they were, I don't know. This is one that you hear also like quite often.
So Gage just had
it went all the way through and came out the other side.
Yes. And if you ever find yourself at Harvard's medical school and go into their library, they have Phineas Gage's skull is on display there. And you could see the entry point and the exit point and the pole that's on display there also.
Whoa.
My husband used to ejaculate prematurely until this.
Oh my goodness. I didn't want that ad. Thank you. I'm like, I didn't need to know about that lady's husband.
Which is amazing in and of itself. This thing went through at sufficiently high speed that it cauterized every blood vessel. And he stands there, and he and some of his construction crew compatriots go into town where a doctor looks in the empty space there and diagnoses things, saying you have a hole in your brain there. And as epically described as Gage was no longer Gage, he had a massive transformation in his personality. He was the foreman of this railroad construction crew. He was this sober, God-fearing, church-attending, sobrietous, reliable, self-disciplined guy. And overnight, literally overnight, he was turned into this foul-mouthed, profane, disinhibited guy who wasn't able to work.
So isn't that wild? Like, so this guy like just comes, he has like a complete transformational shift. Just starts behaving like a completely different person. That's just bizarre. And how scary is that? Like, I don't know. That would kind of suck. Like if you're you're kind of one way, and then you have like this injury that causes you to just completely shift who you are and your priorities, and like all your family and friends who like built their lives around you and stuff. That's got to be nuts. That's just insane. Wacky Phineas Gage. All right, let's continue this story. But what a compelling story.
Work for years and years afterward. Gage was no longer Gage. And this was the first very unsubtle example that material stuff inside your head is essential to what makes us us. And, Gage is a simple case. Wow, here's Gage who, like, 2 years later is cursing loudly in church, blaspheming, all of that. Why did he do that? It's easy to see because there was a metal rod's worth of explanation because of that accident that happened to him. That's why. That one's easy for us to look at and say, oh, he had no control over that this part of the brain it was damaged.
So what's interesting, what I think he's going to get at is like with Phineas Gage, nobody has trouble accepting that a lot of that personality shift was not conscious choice, right? Like the guy had a rod go through his brain and blow out half of it, and it caused his behavior to change, with like brain injuries and stuff like that, like people don't have too much trouble accepting the idea of like determinism. And so I think he's going to go that step further of like, why is it that we struggle accepting that what our brain is doing now is causing determined actions? Before the accident, it was causing a determined action. It's interesting. It's a strong argument. Guys, I finished the panel. I'm going to make some coffee because it's late and I have to get through this page. I'm going to put on the trailer for, I'm going to put on the Kemble files and get some coffee brewing. I'll be right back. If you are liking the stream, hit the like button, hit the bell so you get notifications when we're going to go live. You should definitely check out Alex O'Connor's original of this too, without my commentary. It's called There Is No Free Will, What Now by Robert Sapolsky, and it's a really fascinating conversation. We probably won't get all the way through it. I'm just kind of listening because I'm intrigued by it and also want to comment on it and kind of explain some of my thinking on the idea of determinism based on like, some of the things that I've heard and read. And I find that's really, compelling. Dylan said that's extremely sad. Yeah, I think that is a really sad story. Just about how like, I can't even imagine how crippling that would be to have like an injury like that just causes a complete personality shift. And it does make you think like, what's driving my personality now? These are like, I don't know, kind of heavy questions, but they're very fascinating. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to be back with coffee and we'll get going on panel 2 and maybe talk a little more about determinism and maybe talk about some other stuff too. All right, I'll be right back.
Well, Mr. Stryker, I have you now. There is no escape. You will tell me where the Kemble files are, or you will die beneath the crushing electric arms of my shocktopus.
I hear you chirping, little birdie, but JT Stryker ain't no stool pigeon.
Very well. You have left me no choice. Bring out the doctor. Say hello to Dr. Hodges. I'm sure you're familiar with the doctor and his work.
If by work you mean the murder and torture of innocents, yeah, I'm familiar.
I've waited a long time for this moment, Stryker. and I'm going to enjoy every minute of it.
That's what your mother said.
Well, that's a horrible thing to say. You don't even know my mother. Don't let him interrupt you. Come on, man.
Look, fellas, we can tango here all night, but it doesn't change a thing. You're never getting the Kemble files.
Oh, I beg to differ, Stryker. I have certain negotiation methods.
Your mom has negotiation methods.
Stop it. That doesn't even make sense. That's not even... It's not applicable.
Listen up, compadres, and listen good. Option 1, I'm giving you 2 bozos and out. You untie me, I walk out of here, and everybody goes home happy. Option 2, I kill everyone in this room and then...
You idiot! You killed him! I felt triggered. I've been learning to stand up to bullies. I just read 2 stories. Joshua Kemble's raw, introspective graphic novel chronicling mental health, faith, and the struggle for redemption. I also read Jacob's Apartment, a coming-of-age graphic novel about faith, love, and post-college existential drama. They've changed my life choices. I'm sorry. I had no idea. I, too, am a fan of the books of the Joshua Kemble. But I'm still going to have to kill you. Kill me with kindness?
All right. We are back. We were kind of listening to Alex O'Connor's video on, let's see here. There's No Free Will, What Now? By with Robert Sapolsky. But before we get back into it, let's just kind of chill and work on some art for a second. Yeah, I find it really interesting that story that he was telling too about the dude who got his, his brain changed and it changed his behavior. It's like these are like weirdly, it's things like that have kind of shifted my perspective a little bit. Like there's definitely a point where when I was younger, where I thought, I think when I was like in junior high, possibly, I might have been the type of guy who'd like read Ayn Rand and be like all about it and think that like, everything is a choice. And I don't know. It's like it as I've gotten older, especially as I've gotten into older years, you really do notice that how much like where somebody comes from and like what their upbringing was and like how much wealth they had, how much education they had, how much like support they had at home and stuff like that. I do think a lot of those things like really do dictate how somebody turns out in life. And weirdly, I think even our modern adult selves, like as they are kind of haunted by, things in our childhood or things in our past that like we really had no control over. And to me, that's that just kind of becomes obvious when you get older. Like there's definitely things, that really do shape who both I become and also the people around me. The question of it though, like that I like, this is the one I wrestle with it is responsibility, right? Because I am a big believer in taking responsibility for mistakes or for actions or for failures, taking personal responsibility for things. I love that idea. And I think the thing that is tough with determinism is really to know where to go with it, because you can't, I don't know if you can have a world where people can just do as they do, because they were pre-wired to do it or whatever. And there's no like consequences for it. I don't know. It's a tough world to think of like that, but it definitely would make me think really strongly about things like, like the death penalty or things like that, I think would need real consideration if determinism is true. It's just a bizarre, it's an overwhelming thing to start to consider, but I think in a weird way, there is like a healthy humility to it. In the sense that if it is true that things are predetermined, maybe we should tread lightly when it comes to judgment of other people. Like to me, I think that's like a good life advice kind of thing that predates the conversation about determinism, right? Which is just kind of like be slow to judge, or walk a mile in someone else's shoes kind of thing. These things take on more pertinence, if you think about like if it is actually the case, which by the way, it has not been proven, right? It's just there's a compelling argument for it. But if that is actually the case, I do think it would cause, at least for me, if I remember it, that's the thing, because going through life, it does feel like there's a lot of free will. But if I remember that, it does, I think, make me better with other people. Because again, it's like you start realizing like how little control people have over their actions. And you want people to make the right actions and stuff like that and be good in society. But also, I think it can kind of help you be, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like positives and negatives of it, because the negatives become really obvious. Like, would we then be in a society where like anyone is just free to do anything and there's literally no repercussions? There's no punitive systems. Like, it sounds a little scary. So, and I don't think society can function like that. So like, it's kind of hard to see. Do we just kind of continue society pretending everybody has free will? I think regardless, yeah, the positive of like at least being slow to judge might be a good thing to kind of take from it, right? Because you never know where someone's coming from or when the last time they ate was, or like what's going on in everybody's head, I don't know. I find it really interesting, and I've been saying interesting a lot more than usual on this show. But I think it's because I haven't determined how I feel about it yet. All right, let's continue.
Where we really have trouble is not when it is something as much of a sledgehammer as a metal rod, but having to deal with the fact that who each of us are, why did each of us just do what we did sitting there in church or in any such, why? Because of a million, zillion, gazillion microscopic little threads from the past that sculpted us into who we are. And the thing is, it's easy to see the single sledgehammer that made Gage, and it's so much harder for us to accept that you put all those zillion microscopic threads of your past together, and it is going to be as powerful as a metal rod blasting through your head. It's just harder to see distributed causality. A lot of it we don't even know about.
That's such a key point, right? Where it's basically saying like, it's easy to see when a sledgehammer does it, but like the more kind of microscopic stuff, the stuff that's slower process, it's not like instantaneous change, right? But I often think about that. Like I'm sure you guys have had the thought experiment before, where it's like, would I like weirdly enough, here's a question. Would I be the same person I am had I been born like extremely wealthy? And I've thought about this before, because it's like I definitely was not born wealthy. What would I have been like? Like would I still be like a moral person? Like if I met that person, would I think they were a good person? Would I make good choices? Like it's interesting to kind of throw those things out there. Or similarly, like, if I'm born in a different culture, would I have the same beliefs I have? Would I have like the same interests I have? Like even comics, right? Like part of why I'm interested in comics, I can directly tie to my parents, because again, like my dad was a graphic designer, my mom was an English teacher, so I was surrounded with books. Like we are a reading family. Like my whole family are obsessed with reading books. Like, and so of course I was gonna like end up reading, and then like, just the way that I got into comics was very much drawn by like the circumstances that I was around in, so it's like, it is kind of funny because it's like, I feel like I chose to be interested in comics, but I'm not sure if that's the case. Even with art, there's always this weird thing that's hard to, it's said quite often in teaching in general, where it's like the one thing that's hard to teach, that's almost impossible to teach, is to teach somebody to want to learn. Like, you kind of just can't force, like, you can try to inspire it and stuff like that, but it's like, you really, like, that's kind of the thing, is like, for somebody to desire to learn and desire to, that is a hard one. Like, you can kind of motivate people, but I do feel like that has a lot to do with predetermined factors that are kind of a little out of our control. And so that really, I don't know, it brings like a very interesting, like, I think that's why I keep saying it's interesting, is that it brings to mind just a lot of second guessing in a good way, I think, of judgment, right? Where it's like, I don't think I should be so quick to judge, people for decisions sometimes, because I think sometimes people just make the decisions they were kind of born to make, like, as much as that sucks. And also, it might kind of make us kind of consider conditions, right? Like, if we are so shaped by conditions that it can impact, us outside of like just our own free will, like maybe we should strive to like make conditions better for people, anyhow, let's continue. But I know what I'm saying isn't like crazy profound, but it's interesting. Like, hopefully you can see why I'm fascinated by the topic,
Yet how it works. A lot of it is just probabilistic, but put all those threads together and there's nothing but the conclusion that you are nothing more than everything that came before that turned you into the sort of person that you are right now. And sometimes it's easy to see how that happened. A metal rod, childhood poverty, trauma, whatever, being raised in enormous privilege. And sometimes it's these little threads going back to like your hunter-gatherer ancestors inventing their culture versus your agriculturalist ancestors and everything in between.
Yeah, I mean, we know that
At Capital Group, we design our active ETFs to weather the ups and downs of the market, so they can
all
be
right,
rooted
we know
at the
all
core
about
of a
ETFs,
portfolio.
guys.
They're meticulously crafted to endure. Capital Group.
That's a
actively
trippy
different
ad.
Active ETFs.
That's a trippy ad. Oh, come on, another? Let's like at least skip this one. Okay. There we go. It's back, guys.
Yeah, I mean, we know that.
So the hunter-gatherer thing, like, that's interesting too, where it's like, just the protein and different food and nutrition that your ancestors had, and the climate they lived in to eat that food, like, the kind of work habits they might have to gather that food and to store that food, and the kind of like rational processes that would be required to like eat that food. It's like that's going to have an effect on their children and their children's children. I love that. It's, I don't think there's anything wild about that. You know what I mean? And I think that's the fun thing about this topic, is like when you think about more and more things, if you follow like a thread of logic that's not like too crazy to like just hypothesize, it's not too hard to start tying most behaviors to like some kind of condition that isn't a choice. But what a weird, but I'm still uncomfortable with it. Like I wonder how one sees comfort in that. Like, it's just a scary thought. Yeah. Anyhow, let's go. Let's listen more and comment.
The environment of our distant ancestors can affect our behavioral traits today. I mean, you can predict, there are studies to show this, if I'm not mistaken, you can predict how somebody will behave in a given scenario based on the kind of environment that their ancestors thousands of years ago were living in.
Absolutely. You see contrasts between, say, child rearing practices in collectivist versus individualist cultures. You see completely different attitudes towards social norm violations in people who were raised in cultures of honor. Cultures of honor, your ancestors were cow people or camel people or goat people, nomadic pastoralists, where if somebody affronts you, you come back and you flatten them with 10 times the retribution, because if they take your camel today and you do nothing about it, tomorrow they're going to take the rest of your camels and your children as well or something. And you see different physiology in people raised in cultures of honor going back generations, the last time that was relevant to how their folks were making a living. And that leaves imprints. People from rainforest cultures are far more likely to invent polytheistic religions. People from deserts are more likely than chance to invent mono.
Isn't this crazy? I find that really cool and interesting, where it's like, yeah, regions, jobs, like we know this. We know that these things, like, you know, like that's the thing that's bizarre to me when people act affronted or as if it's like a strange hypothesis, the idea of determinism. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a little scary for sure, like the ethical implications, but it's not like a far-fetched jump. Like that's the part that bizarrely kind of impacted me the more I've been kind of looking into it, where it's like, it just doesn't seem like a wild hypothesis. Like, again, maybe I'm just missing like really good arguments against it, but it's like, yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, you know?
Theistic. So, whoa, that's part of it as well. Yeah. Mothers who grew up in collectivist cultures, typically Southeast Asian rice growing regions, versus individualist culture mothers, typically United States, sort of the poster child for that. On the average, they sing lullabies at different volumes. Individualist culture mothers, on the average, sing lullabies more loudly than collectivist mothers. On the average.
Isn't that crazy? It even affects the volume of like singing. Like that's pretty crazy. I think that's really interesting. You know, like I don't know. Like to me that's insanely cool. You know, that like an individualist culture is going to like produce like the, you know, a different volume of singing than like a collectivist culture. That makes perfect sense to me. I don't think that's crazy. That seems rational, and I'm sure it's backed, you know. But isn't that crazy? It's fascinating, you know. All right, let's keep going.
They wait a longer time to pick up their kid when their kid's crying than collectivist mothers. At what age is the kid weaned? At what age is the kid sleeping alone? Whoa, from minutes after birth, like that's already beginning to shape how your brain's being constructed. So you put all those pieces together, and this kind of taps into the domain where I think people make their most fundamental, most intuitive, mistaken perception of free will, which is we make choices.
Now at PetSmart, save on Merrick dog treats when you buy a bag of dog food.
All right.
There's something about the sound of a Marshall amp that
I
just
agree
takes
with
me back.
that.
Now, for me, the Marshall sound is a classic tone.
I agree with that. That's an ad for Sweetwater. I cannot watch that. That is danger territory for me. I am not a wealthy gentleman, and I have guitar acquisition syndrome. I cannot see Sweetwater ads right now. Yeah, it's just it can't happen, guys. I have to control my guitar habit. Oh man, even today. Okay, I'm just, you know, and this was predetermined. I couldn't help it. Okay, I just was born to love guitars. Like it's somewhere inherently in my genes. Like electric guitars weren't even invented, and just for the, you know, my great ancestors were rocking out. You know, maybe I have some some people who, you know what? I'm sure there's some druids in my my background. I'm sure if you go way back, there's druids that are cruising around the oh my gosh, I'm blanking out on what it's called, Stonehenge, and they're working on Stonehenge and just making like really metal albums with maybe they were shepherds or something, and they were making strings out of like goat guts or something. I don't know. My point is, my crazy ancestors are the reason that I should not, even on someone else's video, peruse a Sweetwater ad, because I'm in danger every time I see a Sweetwater ad. It's danger territory. You guys have no idea. I'm kind of exaggerating, but not really. Like today, this morning. Okay, here's the thing. Couple things I will indulge in. While I'm eating or working, I will listen to Dodger games. Like, I really have been enjoying baseball lately. It's fun. The other thing that I do is, like, in the morning, I get a cup of coffee, sit on the couch. I, pet the dogs and, say hi to Ben, say hi to my wife. And then I spend a good, for my first cup of coffee, what I'm doing on my phone is looking at Sweetwater. Like, I literally am like looking at guitars on Sweetwater and just looking at the prices, trying to find deals. And I know like at this point, like right now, this is not a season of my life where I can be buying guitars. I'm not going to. Not this year. But it's like, it is funny that it's that much a part of me. It's just like, I cannot help it. I look at Shop Goodwill, just in case any crazy cool guitars show up. And here's the thing. Even if they do, I just have to tearfully watch that guitar get sold. But I just like really love looking at guitars. It's like a person who enjoys looking at cars. Yeah, Dylan said, I think it would be horsehair for the strings. Yes. I can't remember what they used to make, because I know they used to make strings out of, like, I think it was like catgut or something, but that was violin strings. Nylon strings, I'm trying to remember what, I think it was some kind of intestine. It's kind of gross. Whenever you look into the origins of music, it's kind of gross. And I always wonder, like, here's the thing I wonder. Let me look that up real quick. I usually don't look things up while I'm on stream, but here I'll remove this for a second. We might go back to that, we may not. But let me look it up. Guitar strings classical were made of what animal? This is gross. Oh yeah, okay. It was cattle. It was sheep. That's horrible. So, like, think of a classical guitarist back in the day, playing like Bach or like Mozart or something, and they're just playing this beautiful classical riff, and they're literally just strumming sheep intestines. That's so gross. Here's the thing I'm trying to think. Who thought of that? Like, I think about this all the time. Like, who thought of, like who was the first guy to, like, make a violin and be like, you know what? What would work real good is if we take the guts out of a cat, stretch them. Like, I don't know. The origins of things is always very strange to me, Where it's like, who's the first person to figure that out? And were they a complete psychopath? You know what I mean? To just kind of figure out that process. I mean, it's kind of neat in a way, because it's like I'm sure it's like conservative. Well, the cat thing, maybe not so much. Because I'm not sure what you're conserving. I don't think any culture's really been into eating cats. Despite Donald Trump's like statements, I don't think there's a lot of cultures out there that are eating the cats. But I can't understand, like, it comes from, I'm sure there's like a hunter-gatherer kind of thing of like preservation where you're using every part of the animal to, you know, like live off of and sustain and get the most out of, you know, the thing that you've used. So it's not like necessarily the grossest thing, but I'm just saying when somebody was like butchering the meat or whatever, you know, and look over and, you know, the guy, like Bob, the first classical musician, is just stretching intestines, like, and just like, you know, like stretching them and just going, dung, oh, that sounds good. Like that's what I wonder about. I know it's strange, but it's like, I think the same thing about like the process of making bread. You know, like wine, I could see how that would naturally happen, like the fermentation process. But then when you look into like how beer is made, it gets so wild. You know, some of the fermenting things that it's just like, who was the guy? Like, who's the person who just like, you know, everybody thought was crazy and they're like, no, I'm going to do this and it's going to make this thing that's great. Like, it's bizarre to me. To think about. Anyhow, sorry. I think I had a decent amount of viewers, and then when I was talking about somebody like strumming intestines like a bass guitar, like it's so gross. But you know it must have happened. Like maybe somebody was like prepping meat or something, and they accidentally bumped against it and made like kind of a sound. And they're like, if I pull it a little tighter, it changes the note. It's just a bizarre thing. It's bizarre. I don't know. Sometimes just the bizarreness, the strangeness of existing in a world where things exist that have strange preparation processes is very strange to me. Okay, let's get back to it. This is how my live stream works. We start with talking about we're talking about determinism, and then we end up talking about guitar strings being made out of sheep intestines and how that happened. Luckily, they aren't anymore. Nylon strings are a pretty normal process. I do know, I think violin strings still at the top end, though. They're still, maybe I'm crazy, but I think they still rock the cats. And by the way, it's not like us artists are like immune from this stuff, you know. It's like sable hair, brushes. That makes more logical sense to me, though, you know, than like the gut strings, you know, because like that would just kind of naturally happen. Like you could maybe have a pet and they step in, you know, some kind of dye, and you just notice, oh, that works really nicely to spread that dye all over the place. I bet those hairs would make a really good brush to draw with. That doesn't seem as far of a stretch to me. But what does seem like a stretch is like I remember looking into like how cadmium is made, like cadmium red. I think it was cadmium. It might be a different red, but I think it was cadmium, where it's like a specific insect. And I'm like, who figured that out? Like, who was like, you know, when I crush these insects and paint with them, like, I don't know. It's kind of we're in a strange world is all I'm saying. And there's things we have grown to think of as normal that aren't so normal. Like they're very strange if you think about their origins, but it's cool that somebody figured it out, you know? Okay. Let's listen to the rest of this determinism thing. But I'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you think the strangest thing is, like, that somebody figured out the process of?
The road, and we form an intent to do X instead of Y. We form that intent. We know that we have that intent. We know what the outcome of that is likely to be. Most importantly, we know nobody's forcing us to do that. We've got alternatives available to us. And for most people who think about free will, and people in the criminal justice system who think about free will, is if you had a conscious intent and you knew what the outcome was likely to be and you knew you didn't have to do it, that's it. Case closed, culpability, responsibility, we're done with our trial. And for me, This is 40 years of people fighting about the neurobiology of the milliseconds of intent. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the free will debate, because it doesn't ask the only question you can ask at that point, which is, oh yeah, how do you become the sort of person who would have that intent at that moment? And you became that sort of person because of what was happening in your neurons a second ago and what was happening a year ago and what your ancestors and everything in between. And simply looking at, from the moment you form an intent and then consciously choose to act on it, is like trying to figure out what a book is about by only reading the last sentence of the entire book. All of the important stuff is coming.
So that's a really good point on the free will thing too, because intent would be a big one, right? Like our justice system's based on it. It makes sense to me too. I care a lot about intent, right? Like if somebody insults me and they intend to, right? It's a lot different than if somebody says something, I'm a little offended by it, I mention it, and they're like, oh, I didn't mean anything by it. You know, like they just were kind of haphazardly, making a mistake or something. That makes a difference, in how we morally judge, but it is good for him to like peel back that argument, because again, how do you become the person who forms that kind of intent? And that's like that's kind of the deeper question of like, if you start like, at least for me, when I started thinking about determinism, that's the deeper level that makes me kind of second guess it and think, yeah, there's more substance to it. Because I think for me, it may not have been in this specific video, but there was a conversation I was listening to a while ago where somebody was talking about the freeway change, right? Where it's like making the random lane change, or, picking the random road on the map. And that being proof of like free will, but being the kind of person who's going to make a right turn on a specific freeway to get out at a certain stop, like the destination that you're going to, all of these things are like predetermined a lot by, everything that came before, rather than by like some conscious choice, which is really bizarre. And again, like I said, as a teacher too, how do you make someone want something? Want is a really hard thing to force. You can kind of entice it, but, like if someone does not want to learn, like they really do not want to learn, like there is not like, and you give them every incentive in the world or every amount of inspiration, it's very tough to crack and force somebody to want something or want to learn something. Like want is not something you can force. And then here's the weird thing. It's very hard to force yourself to want something. That's the interesting part. Like to motivate yourself to want something, is it even possible? Because even if you're motivated to want something, then you want it. It's a really weird thing to start thinking about. If you think about it in your own life, like, for me, I chose art because I love art, but did I choose to love art? Like, you know what I mean? Like my reaction to comics, was it really like a choice? Like I just thought they were the coolest thing in the world. Did I choose to think that? It just something I thought, like when I couldn't really pick that. I don't know. That's really interesting to me. All right, let's continue.
How did you become that sort of person? And you became that sort of person because of biological and environmental factors, which collectively you had no control over. And that's why you became you.
Now, crucially, when we spoke about the Gage example with the pole through his head, and he shows up and suddenly he is quite a nasty person by all accounts, I think people would intuitively look at him and say, well, okay, yeah, he's turned into, a bit of a jerk, but it's not his fault. There's kind of a sense in which you might feel sorry for him, because even though, yeah, he might say profane things about the God that you believe in now, and that he seemingly believed in, at least yesterday, look, he had a pole through his head, so let it.
This is a crucial point too, right? Where it's like, like if somebody suffered an injury where for some reason they just start like cussing every 5 seconds, right? And they never had that before, right? And now they just do impulsively, like a good example, like somebody with Tourette's or something, and they have like a tic. We're pretty, we should be forgiving of that, I think, as a society, right? Because they cannot control that tic. Like there's, that's just going to happen. And like they can kind of get a better grasp on it and stuff, but it's just, it's not like, at least in a fair society, I don't think people are like kind of going, wow, this person is really choosing to be a jerk, I think they're like, yeah, this person has this condition, and I think it's like this. I'm guessing where they're going with this is like, how should we then view, like, if determinism is true, how should we then view anyone who's like a jerk or a person who's like behaving badly? How should we approach that? And kind of like, if like the guy who got the pull through his head, you'd have sympathy and empathy with them, even if what they're doing isn't good for society. It's like, how then should we behave with people around us? And again, like, I'm not sure where they're going to go with it, but like for me, one of the things that's been really fun about, the few times I've like thought really deeply about determinism is I feel like it makes me really keep myself in check when it comes to judgment, which is funny because tomorrow I'll probably, say something sucks or somebody was doing something awful and it was awful. I'll make some kind of judgmental statement, like probably every day. But I should be slow to do that. You know what I mean? Like I shouldn't do that as often as I do. Cause like especially if there's any credence to the idea that, even if you're not like a hardline determinist, if you think that like 80% of our actions are predetermined, it should make one a little slow to judge, and also to think about more of that like kind of gold standard of like walk a mile in somebody's shoes, I think, I don't know. I think there's something to that. Corny, I know. Okay. We're an art channel, guys. We're an art channel. We're just working on stuff. And this is something to keep the time going and also keep us entertained while we're being creative. Let's continue it.
Them off. Now, if you're right that all human behavior is a result of a similarly sort of a process that's similar in the sense that you don't have control over it, then...
My name is Cecilia. I'm a mom of 2 girls.
No, Cecilia.
A psychologist.
No.
And I choose to transform my PBC treatment journey.
No, I don't want to hear it.
This leads to quite a radical conclusion, that we should probably adopt the same approach to essentially anybody doing anything any of the time. Is that your position?
Exactly. That's the only logical extension. It's the only intellectually honest and ethically honest conclusion to reach, which is this completely nutty stance that blame and punishment as virtues in and of themselves rather than as instrumental tools, blame and punishment never make any sense whatsoever in any realm of human life. And holding a mirror up to that, likewise, praise and reward never make any sense whatsoever, because that's the circumstance in which some people are treated better than average for reasons they had nothing to do with, as opposed to the world of people being treated worse than average for reasons they... Blame, punishment, reward, praise, a sense of entitlement, a sense that...
So here's the thing that I find hard about this, because I'm a big believer this is where, like, again, I've mentioned that I think it's possibly very true, but I have trouble with it. This is one of the ones I have trouble with. I really like affirming people. I like, giving somebody because I do think there are times where you're like out there in the world and doing work or trying to work hard to do something positive. And I like, especially in the art world, like I feel like in the art world, it's a lot of work to do art, and whether you choose to do the work or not, like it's a lot of work. And I don't think there's anything wrong with like, you know, telling somebody they made amazing artwork. However, from a purely deterministic standpoint, is it right to say, hey, great job on that art? Because it's like, could it have been any other way? I don't know. That's a tough one. I don't know. I think I have more trouble with the not rewarding good behavior than I do with the not punishing bad behavior. But I do think like, I think that can be a dangerous road to go down where you're not punishing people for bad things. Is that crazy? It just like, what would the world look? I don't know if the world would look good there. So I'm curious to hear him go a little further on this, because that just sounds like an insane world to me. I'm pretty pessimistic about the nature of humanity. Chai Noon actually is kind of hitting a really key point. I think this is the key. I agree with you on this. He said it's not that you don't punish, you just don't apply judgment. That I agree with, right? I feel like being slow to judge might be the key. And that's the part I'm comfortable with. But I do think in like a fully deterministic society, that is one of the things that I think determinism could likely stretch into, which would be a world of no negative implications. Although I guess technically it couldn't, because we're kind of determined to have a society that's punitive. I don't know. It's interesting, but I think that's the scariest part of it. But I also think it's very humbling, right? It's a good humbling part, because yeah, the things you did well in life, maybe you should feel good about them, but you shouldn't feel proud. I don't know if that makes sense. And in that kind of dangerous pride way. Like, I think pride in what you've accomplished is probably a good thing, but like there's that dangerous pride, you know, that's like, well, I am great because I did, and this can kind of nip that in the bud. So I don't know. I'm still stewing on it, but it's again really interesting and compelling and convincing.
That you have earned anything, a sense that hating a person is ever justified. None of those make any sense whatsoever. And in principle, you need to run the world without any of that stuff, which ain't a trivial task to take on.
Now, it sounds really nice when framed in terms of, look, if something...
So I feel like there's also this thing that I think like some of this is ways that, you know, I personally think I should behave even though I don't all the time, right? Like not hating people is a big one. Like I'm going to struggle, especially with like political figures that I believe are like taking direct actions that are making our, you know, country worse or something like that. Or, you know, I mean, God forbid, like if somebody does something horrible to me, right? It's hard not to feel anger or like even hatred towards that kind of thing. But in my ideal world with my actual ethical stance on things, it's very much like the corny, you know, Christian stuff, and not MAGA Christian, okay? But like the old school Christian stuff of like, do unto others as you do unto yourself. Judge not lest you be judged. You know, love your neighbor as yours. What was the other? There's a whole bunch, you know. But yeah, not to hate, to turn the other cheek. A lot of this stuff is like really good advice that I am not good at. But it's all good things that I believe in. So I find it really fascinating to hear it from a non kind of theological perspective that might be actually just kind of a rational way to treat people, because we really aren't entitled to feel better than anyone else, you know? And I've thought about this a lot, like, especially in the last few years, I've been trying, this is something I've said multiple times. I've said this to my wife too, where I really want to get to the point, in my life where I am content to be a worker among workers. Like I don't feel like, I do think, like, you know, of course I want to make good books and I want people to buy them and stuff like that. But I don't feel like I'll be in a good spot if I have a lot of good things happen with those books and I start feeling like I'm not just a worker among workers. Like that extra dangerous thing, you know, that little voice that's like, you're special, you know, like that kind of thing. That's what I want to really avoid. And one of the things I find kind of refreshing about determinism, even though it's frightening and it's very self-confronting, is the fact that it really like starts hitting home on all those things, which I think a lot of us innately know we should do. And then we're just not good at doing it, you know? Cause it's, I don't know, it's so fun and fast to judge, you know? And I gotta say, there's a lot out there that you want to like, you know, there's a lot of horrifying stuff going on, you know, in the world, that seems causally linked to, you know, figures and people out there that you want to be like, ugh, you know, like shame kind of thing. But yeah, this is, I don't know, like to me, I hope you guys find it as interesting as I do. Maybe you guys have done deeper thinking about it and you're like, this guy's like first level, you know, but I think it's really interesting is again, for the 20,000th time, this is very fascinating. We're going to continue coloring this page. We're actually making pretty good progress, guys. I think, you know, it's a little over 2 hours. I think we'll probably be done at the 4-hour mark. Sapolsky is the man. I agree. Chai Noon on Twitch said Sapolsky is. Oh, let me show the comments so you guys can see it. I just realized that was off. Here, I'll show that. But yeah, I agree. He's one of. There's a couple people that kind of started changing my mind a little bit on the topic, because I would have been a hardline, you know, even like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I might have been like a much more hardline, like, no, we choose who we are and we are the choices that we make. And that's still how I'll raise my son. Like, I will raise my son to believe that you have a choice in how you react and you own your reactions and you treat people as well as you can. Like, you treat people like you'd like to be treated. I think that's a good way to raise people. But at the same time, like, this touches on all kinds of stuff that really is, like, probable and interesting and very convincing. And so, like, it has changed, like, my thinking on a lot of things. And Sapolsky was one of the first people I saw talk about determinism in a way that really shifted my thinking, not fully shifted my thinking, but got me pointed in that direction to kind of do deeper reading and stuff. So yeah, I guess I'd agree with you. That was my long-winded way of saying, yes, Chai Nation, I agree with you. He is the man. And he's a good thinker. Yeah, and I love Alex O'Connor's channel too. He's a really good he's a really good interviewer. Yeah.
Something goes wrong for you, it's not exactly your fault. If somebody, you know, has things better in life, it's, you know, we should take an egalitarian approach to recognizing that it's not necessarily due to merit, but we should be sort of considerate of the fact that you know, there go I, we're for the grace of God. However, you can also frame it in terms of saying that, you know, when I achieve something, when I win a competition, when I'm nice to someone in the street, there's no sense in which I should be able to feel proud of myself if that's the case. And on a deeper level, getting rid of agency doesn't just get rid of this ability to feel, I suppose, you know, proud or to condemn other people, morally speaking. It removes part of what I think many people think it means to be human. And so I get a lot of emails from people saying, look, it's really interesting, this stuff about free will. You've convinced me that there's no free will, but I don't really know what to do now. And
so this is a really, like, really gonna, now we're gonna go to a commercial, I'm guessing, for Dutch Pup. I don't know. But anyhow,
one of the best killers in the country face off in a tournament.
Hold on.
Chills down my spine.
They didn't make that into a TV show, did they? I remember that video game from back in the day. That's a TV show now? Okay. Well, anyhow, now they're going to get into the kind of meat and potatoes of it. Like, how then should we live, right? And I love the way he framed that question, because that is like that's a big concern of mine too with it, where it's like, it does kind of take away a lot of things we view as like being human. You know, because like it is kind of nice to reflect on like the achievements that people have done as a collective and stuff like that. But also it brings like such a really refreshing humility. So I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's so fascinating. Let's see what they say for prescriptions.
Know what to say to them. And I imagine that you're in a similar situation where, you know, you're kind of asked in a broad sense, does this kind of position just lead to a sort of nihilism? And if it does, you know, should it?
Yeah. Now we're getting into sort of the really problematic stuff, because as you described, you tell somebody there's no free will and you manage to sound convincing with that. And even before the nihilism existential void, the usual reflexive stuff is, oh my God, you can't tell people that, they'll run amok. There's a whole science as to why that is very unlikely to happen. Oh my God, we'll have no societal mechanisms to keep murderers off the street. That's absurd. Over and over and over, we are able to protect society from endangering circumstances and subtract responsibility out in the process. Oh my God, if you get rid of meritocracies, you get a brain tumor and they're going to pick a random person off the street to do the brain surgery on you. Same thing. No, we can subtract praise and entitlement and meritocracy and still protect society from incompetent people.
I like the idea of like protecting, you know, society from like incompetence, because like it still wouldn't change like who has a job, but it would change kind of like the sort of like prize element of things. Although again, it's funny, I shouldn't be, but it just makes me uncomfortable as an artist to think about like all this hard work we do. Like this book has taken me years to kind of execute. And the idea that like I wouldn't deserve any sort of like at least pat on the back from a friend, like, hey, good job, like hard work paid off, you know? That's kind of insane to me. As much as like it's convincing, and I kind of know it's probably right what he's saying, it's just still going to be hard for my brain to divorce from the idea of some kind of merit earned through hard work. You know, it's just so hard. And yet it's so funny because it's philosophically like it's probably not bad to kind of get away from that. But it's funny how much that's like, I would like to think that that's not hinged into my, you know, into kind of who I am. But you do kind of want to feel good about the achievements, you know. Which is so funny. It's just funny that that's so baked in. I don't know. Yeah, I still don't know. That might be the last hurdle to kind of like, you know, being in 100% on it. You know, it might just be that good old pride. I don't know. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Doing important stuff. Oh my God, are you saying nothing can ever change? Not in the slightest. The whole universe of how change works, completely compatible with there being no free will. So you get through all of those sources of panic, and then there's the, oh my God, the existential void. Are you telling me that like the ways in which I have worked hard, I've earned nothing from them?
That's the
had
hard
nothing
part
to do with me. Are you telling me I love my wife? We've been married for 34 years now to 2024. That's right, 34. And nonetheless, sitting there saying, oh my God, do I love her in part because of the type of oxytocin receptor genes I have, because of her pheromones or things like that? What does that do to love? What does that do to accomplishment? What does that do to any of this stuff? If you're a kind person, do you actually deserve no praise for that? And yeah, that's where the nihilistic void suddenly beckons. And
see, I like that even he is kind of disturbed by it too. Like his own belief, he's disturbed by it. Like, you know, because he's like, wow, that's where the nihilistic void beckons, right? Like where he's like talking about his own life, where he's like, yeah, I've been married for a long time. And does that mean that doesn't mean anything? Like it's a whole interesting thing. I like what you said, Chi Nation, where you said they can still be amazed at what you did, like being amazed at a butterfly. That's the thing that I'm going to say is, this is why I think that, like, this is why, like, a couple days ago earlier today when I was talking about being kind of convinced by determinism, it's, it just seems right, even though I don't like it in some elements. And one of the things that does seem right is it does seem like we should be in a world where anyone doing anything good should be kind of a similar thing to just looking in nature and looking at, you know, a spider that made an amazing web. It's not like we're going, that spider is lazy, you know, or we're going, wow, that spider is a genius. You know, we're just like, that's kind of amazing that spider could build that web. Like, that's pretty cool. But we're also not crediting it completely to the spider, right? It's in the nature of that spider to make the web. You know what I mean? I think that's a really good point. The butterfly thing, that gets me thinking. Thank you for bringing that up, Chai. All right, let's continue.
It's, you know, potentially, you know, depressing as hell.
Oh, Prada. I don't buy Prada, guys. You don't have to. Okay, let's skip that.
And what took me forever to figure out is that that's not, at the end of the day, a problem, or a problem on the scale of the whole world. You're bummed out because if there's no free will, you didn't deserve your prestigious university degree. You didn't deserve your excellent salary, your corner office. You didn't deserve the fact that people love you and respect you. You didn't deserve the fact that you were able to help people and out of kindness. You didn't deserve any of the praise for that, any of the sense of entitlement, all of that. Bummer. And my critical point there is, if that's the stuff that there being no free will means to you, you're one of the lucky humans, because you're trying to figure out what it means that you may not deserve to be the CEO.
Dude, that is such a powerful point. That's the part that I was kind of trying to explain about myself. It's like, he's 100% right. Like, the only person who's going to have a complaint about that is a person who's been fortunate in life. And I, you know, despite like financial troubles lately and stuff, I'm a very blessed person. Like I've had a very, and I know blessed is like overused and stuff, but it's like, I have a wonderful family and a great life, despite, you know, struggles and challenges that come up. And I am very lucky to have it. And I think that's a good stance to have. You shouldn't start feeling like everything that's been provided to you or that you've acquired in life was like your own actions and your own genius. Cause like, I do know a lot of artists that are like way better artists than me that just for some reason never broke, like with careers, you know? And I was fortunate enough for years to be able to do it professionally. And a lot of that was hustle and hard work, but it's like, I knew people who were equally hustling and, you know, hardworking who didn't have it happen. You know, and like, even if I didn't, it's like, yeah, just to be the type of person who would take to drawing the way I did. It's like, it's really egotistical, when I think about it, to like take too much credit for the good things. And I love that he brought that up, because it also kind of flips it on its head, because it's like, can you imagine the people that it would be a relief to, that it's not just their bad choices that kind of led to like where they're at. It's also like, it's a huge framework of things that have kind of put them in the position they are in, and the relief that might provide. And so I think that's really, I don't know, I think that's where he's going, but I think that's a very salient point and hits right in the gut, because I definitely am one of those people where, you know, I have a pretty good life. Like, there are rough struggles that I've gone through in my life and still continue to, and there will be losses, and there's the suffering of existence that all of us have to go through. But at the end of the day, like, I'm a pretty fortunate person, and that's probably why I want a little credit for it. That's why I was saying when I was younger, I was really prone, you know, like, I think when I was in junior high, I definitely read Ayn Rand and was like, yep, she's got it. And then as I've gotten, you know, just from like high school and then all the way, you know, from high school to college, I very quickly realized, like, that's what kind of turned me a little more left politically, is just the idea that I just can't see a world where everyone has an equal start. Like, that just, I don't live in that world. Like, everyone doesn't have an equal start. So the idea that, like, everyone's got this opportunity, that's just not a reality I live in, or have ever witnessed. So I do believe, like, you know, creating a society that, like, tries to create conditions that are a little more equal is a good thing. So yeah, my mindset's changed on that, but it's still funny because there still is that little part of me that's like, but I want the credit for the thing, you know, I want the credit for the thing. You know, and it's funny because it's like, wow, what an interesting thing. Hopefully you guys have found this interesting, and maybe it makes you think about determinism a little bit. Again, I don't think this is a make or break for your ethical framework, but it's a good one to kind of ponder on.
Of your corporation, or you may not really have earned love by being a kind person, or any of those. If that's your problem, you're one of the lucky ones. For the vast majority of people on this planet, the issue isn't, oh my God, maybe I don't deserve to have been treated better than average because I really wasn't responsible for the things that I'm, like, treated well for. For most people, the problem is that we have a world in which we're perfectly happy to treat people worse than average for reasons they had no control over.
Truth.
And for most people, like, getting rid of free will is a wonderful thing. It makes the world more humane. But here, one example that is, like, so obvious that it's hard to frame in terms of the free will issue, but, like, at some point 400 years ago,
that's such a good point, right? Where oh, Philip said, hey, Josh and Dylan, you're still up, LOL. Yeah, I have to finish this page, Philip. How are you doing? What are you doing up? Couldn't sleep? Or is it morning for you? I think it might be morning for you. I always forget our time difference. Whatever it is, Philip, I'm envious that you're in Canada, my dude. I am very envious. Things are not looking so great in the U.S. right now. And, you know, I like my country a lot, but whew, it's a tough area. Some tough stuff we're starting to head into. Oh, Philip said, me, I don't sleep anymore. Yeah. I had trouble sleeping a couple days ago. That was rough. Yeah, we're deep diving into determinism, Philip. I was like kind of listening and commenting on Robert Sapolsky being interviewed by Alex O'Connor about free will and determinism. Anyhow, so that was exciting. But yeah, I think I do think it's probably pretty healthy. Like, that's the thing. I'm pretty convinced by it. I think, like, the more prideful part of me doesn't like the idea of it, you know. But in reality, I think it's probably true. Probably. Okay, so we are doing our thing here, and like I said, I also can accept it because gas is a real thing. Like guitar acquisition syndrome, it's this just helps me come to terms with the fact that I did not choose to be a person obsessed with guitars that looks at guitars all the time. Like, I did not choose this for myself. This is part of my my predetermined me. Which might be kind of true because I am slightly autistic. So I do get obsessions. When I like something, I really like it. Like, that's just been part of my personality since I was, really little. Philip was saying, "Oh, Rouse, so a religious discussion." Oddly enough, not. This is strictly philosophy. Although I'm sure it ties into religion. Oh my goodness! Did my computer just freeze? Almost like clockwork. It does look like my. Oh, never mind. We didn't lose it. Okay. Did we lose it? I can't tell because it's not. Oh my gosh. So it's just frozen on that one tab. Oh man, that's not good. I'm gonna give it a second to catch up. Oh, not my screen, my page. My page seemed to freeze. Now's where you got to do like a bad Mr. Freeze pun. Where it's like, it's too bad that your page needed to chill out and freeze. Oh, nice. Philip said I did a live on YouTube and then did a live on TikTok. Tried to do some watercolor. How is TikTok? Do you like it? I feel like I do terribly on TikTok because I'm not very... Like, I am long-winded. Yeah, okay, cool. The save and quit helped. Haha! I do like the idea of when the computer freezes, Arnold Schwarzenegger appearing and being like, "It looks like it was time for you to chill out." Like that kind of thing, Just appears on screen anytime some application freezes. "It looks like your drawing was too cool." Like, that kind of thing. Come on. That would be amazing. Back me up here, guys. I'm going to kickstart this idea. We're going to make a, an app that basically Arnold just pops up every time your computer freezes and goes, "It's time to chill." Did someone order the ice? I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't have that clever of thoughts, guys. Did this freeze again? Oh my gosh. Because if so, my computer's just torched at this point. This might just be my computer being like, "Nope, you aren't working late." Okay. I'm going to give it one more shot to kind of quit out of this. Philip said the lives on TikTok can go over surprisingly well. A lot of people pop in and out a lot, but you get some dedicated followers and you can grow fast. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I think I'm too old for TikTok. I'm too old for TikTok, Philip. But that's great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Does that make sense? Okay. Let's see if this will work for the trillionth time. Okay, I think I can make this work. I think I can. The engine that could, okay? Let's try something simpler. I'm going to save and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I don't know. Like, TikTok just doesn't fit my vibe, but the question I was going to ask Philip is, on TikTok, when you do lives though, like, can you just go for like long periods of time? Because I always thought I almost said TikTok, but TikTok as a I always thought of it as a like shorter format thing. See, so I didn't know they do long format stuff. Oh my gosh, why is this doing this constantly to me? What did I do in life in the past? It froze again. So we're going to try one more time. But if I can't get this to function, I'm going to have to quit out and possibly restart. Let's pull this off for a second just to see. Okay. I'm going to try this again, guys. Chai said for PC overheating. No, I'm on a really old Macintosh, and it's just been like, it's been on its last legs, and me running Photoshop. The problem is it's not like the oldest iMac, but the problem is I can't update the Mac's operating system anymore because it's that old. And so I have Adobe, and Adobe annoyingly updated my Photoshop, and the Photoshop update is slightly incompatible with the OS. So it's like, yeah, it's just something I deal with. You know, it's not the worst thing in the world, you know, but which is another reason I'm not going to buy a guitar anytime soon, because there is a high likelihood that you know, this computer might need to be replaced at some point. Oh, he was saying for PC overheating, that's when freeze could appear. Yeah, I love that idea. It looks like your computer needs to cool down. I don't know. There's got to be some really good ones. Videos can be up to 10 minutes, I think, but lives can go nonstop. Oh, okay. But can people watch the lives after, or are the lives only live and then they're done? Like, are they archived? For me, I'm a person of habit, so I'm mostly chilling here on the YouTubes. Chai Nation will know I'm kind of streaming on Twitch as well, but Twitch I haven't gotten much traction. My main jam is YouTube. I think to do well on Twitch, I'd have to be in a hot tub, or talking politics, or playing video games. I don't know though. I'm sure there's art Twitch tubers. I just don't think. I think I'm more of a boomer format than a lot of Twitch channels. Philip said that I'm trying to figure out. They seem to be archived, and I know you can post pieces of it, but I've never seen anyone post an entire live. Yeah, I'm guessing. I just don't think a whole live would fit the audience that's going to do pre-recorded stuff on there. So that's probably a pretty smart move on their part. But that is cool that they allow long lives and then you can do shorts from them. That's pretty awesome. I should probably just start doing it, because I could literally stream. Probably, I think StreamYard would allow me to add. Like, I think TikTok might be something I could add to have it stream out to with very little effort, and it would be streaming to all three platforms at the same time, which would be smart. Philip said, my goal with TikTok is to get people to come over to YouTube. Ah, that's a noble goal, young sir. A very noble goal. And yay, they did come to YouTube. It froze again. It froze again after all of those selections. I should have learned. Philip said there's one issue that drives you nuts. Is it a steering wheel? That's an old joke. Have you ever heard that joke, Philip? Where it's the pirate joke? It's an old one where it's there's a pirate, right? And he's got a steering wheel attached to his nuts. And somebody goes, why do you have a steering wheel attached to your nuts? And he says, it drives me nuts. It's so dumb. That's an old one. That's an oldie but goodie, guys. I have to do this all over again because I was dumb and didn't. I need to do this section by section. I can't do too many selections because my memory, the memory on my computer does not want to do this, and it doesn't want to use the straight edge. So we're just going to work around that because I do want to finish this without having to restart. Okay, last attempt, guys. He said to get the split image like what you have on YouTube, you have to have a PC. Otherwise, you just have one camera view from the phone. I have a Mac and I can't use the split feature. Well, I will tell you, what I'm using right now is all through OBS. So the split that I'm showing is OBS, and it's one view, and then I use StreamYard. But then when I was doing streaming from like working on GarageBand, when I was doing some, and I'm using like a cross section of all things. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna do one color at a time and see if that'll work to try to get through this page. It always bums me out when like the computer starts. I mean, it makes sense. It's been going all day. You know, it's not just that it's an old computer. It's like I have been driving this thing like a lunatic all day. All day. All right. Philip said OBS won't work with TikTok. It uses StreamYard, but again, it only works with PC. It's not available on Mac yet. Oh, you can't do a StreamYard through. Okay. Well, that makes sense. So you can't just do OBS through StreamYard? Because that's what I do. I use OBS as like my camera on StreamYard. But I bet if I bet it won't be addable then. That's too bad. Oh, come on. Did I do the stupid one again? Just by habit, I keep going to the thing that it's not functioning well on. Okay, I'm going to quit out of Photoshop and see if that helps. Let's see. Let's see, you guys. Cuz obviously, I'm not going to get much done here if like every 5 seconds it's freezing. So it's 159 and 160. We're going to save the changes. We're going to not save the changes. I'm going to go ahead and close that. I'm going to look for applications and stuff that are open. You know what? That might be a good sign that we're going to end the Robert Sapolsky, because that might have been kind of running it a lot. And you know what? We've been going for 2 hours, so I'm going to put on a trailer while I try to work out what is going on, why my computer is freezing on that. So here is the Kemble files. I'll be right back, guys.
Well, Mr. Stryker, I have you now. There is no escape. You will tell me where the Kemble files are, or you will die beneath the crushing electric arms of my shoptopus.
I hear you chirping, little birdie, but JT Stryker ain't no stool pigeon.
Very well. You have left me no choice. Bring out the doctor. Say hello to Dr. Hodges. I'm sure you're familiar with the doctor and his work.
If by work you mean the murder and torture of innocents, yeah, I'm familiar.
I've waited a long time for this moment, Stryker, and I'm going to enjoy every minute of it.
That's what your mother said.
Well, that's a horrible thing to say. You don't even know my mother.
Don't let him interrupt you. Come on, man.
Look, fellas, we can tango here all night, but it doesn't change a thing. You're never getting the Kemble files.
Oh, I beg to differ, Stryker. I have certain negotiation methods.
Your mom has negotiation methods.
Stop it. That doesn't even make sense. That's not even... It's not applicable.
Listen up, compadres, and listen good. Option 1, I'm giving you 2 bozos and out. You untie me, I walk out of here, and everybody goes home happy. Option 2, I kill everyone in this room and then...
Ah! You idiot! You killed him! I felt triggered. I've been learning to stand up to bullies. I just read 2 stories. Joshua Kemble's raw, introspective graphic novel, chronicling mental health, faith, and the struggle for redemption. I also read Jacob's Apartment, a coming-of-age graphic novel about faith, love, and post-college existential drama. They've changed my life choices.
I'm sorry. I had no idea. I, too, am a fan of the books of the Joshua Kemble. But I'm still going to have to kill you.
Kill me with kindness?
Okay, so I think I have it running now, and I think it might run smoother. Philip said, sorry, didn't mean to derail you here. You didn't derail me at all. It was my computer freezing that derailed. You're doing fine. Philip, you're always welcome in the chats. You never derail. And actually, it was really interesting to me because I have thought about TikTok. And then Dylan was saying, hi, Philip. And yeah, so we're still burning the midnight oil. Let's see if any of that stuff worked. Can I use this and not have it freeze? Oh my goodness, I can. At least temporarily. Woohoo! Okay, let's find out how far we can go. Hopefully we can get through the rest of the pages without it kind of freezing and acting laggy. Because if that keeps happening, at some point I will probably have to call it, but right now it's looking like we might be able to still kind of burn the midnight oil or the one in the morning oil at this point and kind of get through it. Why did that happen? I can see what happened here. Okay, we have to undo that fill. Oh my gosh, what is going on here? Oh my goodness. Okay, guys. Well, that wasn't good. So now I see that I had somehow not... Okay, we're going to correct it. I'm sorry. This is laggy computer nonsense. Okay. We'll have to do a live together sometime again, Josh said, Philip. Yeah, we should. Yeah. How is... Yeah, that actually would be fun. I would invite you on now, but I'm a little concerned because it was already having some issues, my computer, because it's been running, so I don't think I can have too much running on the stream right now. But in the future, we'll have to have a convo, a one-on-one, just have you on the stream or something, because it's always fun to chat with you. Yeah, Philip and I met in person quite a bit ago, but it was when I went up to TCAF, and that was a good experience. Incredibly smart and articulate and talented artist. Dylan said, I've actually been falling asleep here, and there, Philip, just woke me up. I think it's kind of cool to fall asleep listening to a stream. Not that I'm, recommending it or anything, but it leads to really interesting dreams. There were a couple nights ago I was having trouble sleeping, and I put on headphones. I barely ever do this. I think some people do this all the time, which is interesting to me. I wonder if you guys do this a lot. But I couldn't sleep. It was a couple nights ago, and I was having trouble sleeping, and I just was like, you know what? I'm going to put on like a podcast that I haven't listened to. And I just laid down and I fell asleep listening to the podcast, and it was like really weird. Like the dreams that I had were crazy, but I did sleep. It did help me sleep. So I'm surprised, but I would like to say that I am so entertaining. There's no way you'll fall asleep listening to this, but that might be the opposite. Maybe that's the catch. Maybe that's the appeal of this show, is I can help you sleep. But yeah, Philip said, no worries. I'm going to crash out in about 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to try to get through this page. That's my goal. So I am here as long as this page is here. For better or for worse, I have committed to this page. This page is going to happen. Anyhow, so I think when we're talking about determinism, though, I think it's really interesting, and I am not sure what to take from it, but it doesn't seem like the most negative thing in the world to start viewing things in a perspective of, if things were predetermined, how then should we judge? You know what I mean? Philip said you're like live melatonin. Yeah, that's it. I'm the melatonin people take when they fall asleep. They're like, man, this guy's boring. But no, it was interesting when I did that. I remember listening to a podcast, falling asleep, and it was actually pretty relaxing. It can help. I think, like, I'm not sure about mine, but I definitely think that that it can help you kind of get your mind off of other things. If you're kind of like me, one of your struggles is probably like overthinking. That's a huge problem I have. And so like anything that can kind of get me out of like overthinking is good news, good stuff, you know? And yeah, like sometimes like just having that extra thing to listen to, it kind of gives you something else to think about. Philip was saying, so what exactly is determinism? So we just listened to a whole thing about it, but I'm going to try to sum it up as best as I can. It's that there is no free will and everything is predetermined. Even the things that we feel are choices, they are choices we're making, but the fact that we're making them is just specifically because of predetermined things. Like, you know, so even our choice to like make a right on the freeway has to do with just where we grew up, like what conditions were there, and that the semblance of free will is not true. Yeah, I did miss a piece of her shoe. I just fixed it. Good catch, Dylan. Yeah, I also you know, some of this is kind of the laggy computer. Some of it's the late night. So just going to keep saving all the time. That is one piece of advice I will always give. When in doubt, hit save. Like on your computer, always save. The worst thing in the world is when you've done like hours of work. I don't know if you guys have had that happen. I definitely have. Where you do like hours of work and then your computer freezes or something like that, and you have to force quit out and you lose everything. That's like the worst. Or, you know, anyhow, point being, back up your files, save often. Both are things you will not regret. Thank you, Dylan. I'm glad you noticed that though, because like if I hadn't seen that, I would have been like, whew. That either way, the fact that you saw that is very cool. She's gonna have a yellow shoe, but it's gonna be a different yellow. And then she needs to have hands. That's good. We like having hands here. So that's the rough outline of determinism, but the thing we were watching kind of got way more deep into it, where it was kind of explaining why it's a very probable idea. Kind of starting with, I think the gist was like to start off with things we all agree with. Dylan said hands are neat. There's a couple people in chats who are like, who needs hands? I have an on-running joke that somebody would say something like that, and then, you know, there's somebody without hands in the chats who's just like, I am so offended, sir. How dare you? I think that came from the thumbs joke. Because I had the thumb joke where I was like, hey, guess who has 2 thumbs and is the coolest artist or whatever. And then there's somebody in the chats who's like, I have no thumbs. How dare you, sir? You know it's gotta inevitably happen sometime. Philip said, so does that mean there's an intelligent force, God or otherwise, that predetermines everything? It doesn't require that to believe in determinism. There's theological determinism, which is, which would believe in an idea of a God or a creator that literally, but even that has the same kind of, in fact, probably brings more philosophical issues to it, because I think I mentioned that before too, but like the theological argument about free will versus predestination is a really tough one, because they kind of negate each other. So it's a tough conundrum to kind of solve. But the idea of determinism in the sense that what you do is determined by external factors. That's like it doesn't require a theological bent to it. Does that make sense? So pure determinism doesn't rely on an intelligent force to prove itself. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, it's not an intelligent design argument. It conveniently is something that theologians have wrestled with a lot, because predating, philosophy kind of getting into it, and philosophy's gotten into it for a long time too, but there was the age-old, free will versus predestination. But determinism isn't predestination. Predestination is the idea of like a god or a creator kind of writing the path that's going to be taken. Whereas determinism is just the idea of predetermined. So it's like, your actions, your personality, all of it's predetermined by different factors that are external to yourself. Like, so the idea of, your choice being free at all is ridiculous, is the premise of it. Does that kind of explain it? I really wish I was as eloquent as the video we just kind of commented on, but that's the best. This is actually good though. It'll test how well I was listening to the video, and I always find that a good test of arguments too is like trying to defend or explain what it is that you're convinced by. Because if you can't explain it, like, there's probably some holes in your knowledge. And I don't mean you, I mean like me in particular. Like the stuff that I'm not explaining well, it's not the fault of the listener. It's that I probably don't have a full grasp of it yet. Yeah, Philip was saying it does make sense. I'm not sure if I'm on board with the idea, but I understand what you're saying. That's the thing. My instant reaction to it has always been just vehement, like, no, like, absolutely not. That would be chaos. But there are really, there's compelling proofs, compelling arguments for it. And whenever I find myself hearing really compelling arguments, and then I'm like, but my feels, that's where where the skeptic in me is like, ooh, maybe I'm wrong. That's like 9 times out of 10. That's kind of how I feel if I'm thinking about something and I'm like, but my feels, what I feel is this. And it's like, well, I can't, I need to be able to make a salient argument. The only thing I put outside of that is my own faith, because I do chalk that to a supernatural experience. It definitely wasn't like rational argument that kind of argued me there. Although I would say Alex O'Connor, that same guy we commented on, had an amazing conversation with my favorite theologian that's alive. There's a lot of dead theologians I like, but this dude, John Lennox, I like a lot. I like his thinking. I probably don't agree with his politics, but I like his thinking on theology. Philip said, that's it, Alex O'Connor. Yeah, it was, let's see here. Let me find what it was we were just listening to. I'll just go to history. Okay, it's There's No Free Will, What Now? With Robert Sapolsky, and it's on Alex O'Connor's channel. It's really good. But I like Alex O'Connor. I don't agree with Alex O'Connor on everything, but he's an amazing interviewer and a pretty deep thinker, a skeptic. I think he used to call himself the Cosmic Skeptic, and I think wisely rebranded because that's kind of a silly thing. You know? Although I think it's wise to be somewhat skeptical of things. I think branding yourself as a skeptic can be kind of like limiting in the sense that, you know, are you a skeptic of everything? Because skepticism can vary. Well, even this video that we were watching, like it got into that, like where there is the temptation to just devolve into absolute nihilism. And that can be real scary, you know. Philip said, I'll look for it. Yeah, you can. You can also, I mean, like, you know, if you want at some point, you know, check out the video where I comment, but definitely check out his too. We were kind of commenting on it and viewing it together. But I definitely encourage you to check out a lot of his stuff. It's pretty good. It's thought-provoking. That's the thing I like about it. But I also like the discomfort. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, to me, I feel like if I'm comfortable listening to something, I might be listening to the wrong thing sometimes. Not for like art stuff or anything, or like I have my guitar channels that I'm subscribed to. I'm obsessed with a lot of guitar YouTubers. Not them as themselves, but there's just something really fun about like every week seeing like guitar reviews. Like it's the gas inside of me that makes me really enjoy a good guitar review. You know, seeing somebody take apart a guitar and talk about the wiring and all the mechanics of it. It's just like super relaxing for me. So in that case, I probably don't want to view somebody I completely disagree with. But even on those channels, right, there's guys that'll like get real deep into like a PRS. And I'm like, I have no interest in a PRS. I had a brief moment of seeing an orange PRS the other day that actually looked kind of cool. And it was like the first time I had seen a PRS that I thought looked cool. Now, PRSs are something, you know, they're amazing guitars. I just find them kind of lifeless, like, you know. But for me, like, that's the other thing. Even that I have to be skeptical of. And it is fun to have guitar review channels and stuff that I subscribe to, because they'll like go over a PRS and I'm like, maybe I'm misjudging it. Maybe it's just like a purely, because I think my main criticism of PRSs is just I don't like the aesthetic. Like, I don't like the headstock. I don't like how it looks. I know for a fact that they play incredibly, and they're like, the pickups are supposedly like pristine, like almost perfection. And that's kind of my critique of them, is like, I think, but I have to admit, like, I'm a little biased. So it's good to see people who like are really all about them review them, because I'm like, maybe I'm coming from this from the wrong angle. Like, maybe this is my own cognitive biases that are, you know, shading my viewpoint of this guitar brand that for some reason I have like just an aversion to, you know. Philip said, I'd be curious to hear about the spiritual experience you had sometime. I'm not shy about it. I'm writing a whole book about it. All of Quarterly Stories book 2 is about that. So Quarterly Stories book 1 is like kind of the beginning, and then, you know, Quarterly Stories book 2 kind of gets into the supernatural experience. Now, it was nothing like crazy, okay? My experience with Christianity was, there was a point in time before Ben was born when my wife and I were living in Portland, and I wrote about it in 2 stories, where she was suffering from like some panic disorder stuff, and I was suffering from pretty severe depression. And I wrote about it pretty extensively in there, and I write about it more in book 2, but book 2 hasn't been made yet because of this book. So the second this book is done, I'll be done. I'll be working on 2 stories book 2. Just so you know, I haven't abandoned that project. I have the whole thing written. I even did the writing and you'll probably remember, but I was working on like the writing and the drafting of it. Like I have all the roughs and stuff done for it, so it's like pretty much mapped out. It's just a matter of like buckling down and like finishing pages for it. But again, graphic novels are like big endeavors, so I have to finish this first. But if God willing, like I will end up there at some point. But yeah, so I had all these experiences. I was a victim of violent crime, like back in the day. Fun times. So like before we moved to Portland, I had been jumped living in Long Beach and had been beaten so badly I couldn't walk for like a month and a half. And it made me really insecure about like going outside and stuff. There were like years where I couldn't even walk outside without like feeling paranoid and stuff. This is like years ago. So if you're like, wow, this is like tough stuff, understand this is all like stuff that's kind of resolved now, but was like deeply buried in my psyche for a long time. And along with that, like I lost my portfolio because my portfolio was all on an external hard drive and they stole that. So I lost Jacob's Apartment was a graphic novel that I was working on at the time. At the time, it was for a publisher called NBM Publishing. And I had a publishing deal for that. And very quickly after that, my publisher dropped the book. It was like a brutal time in my life. But we moved to Portland kind of for like a fresh start and for a place that was affordable, because at the time we were living in like Long Beach, and that was a disastrous experience. And we were realizing like at the time, you know, my wife and I were pretty poor, not like crazy poor, but like for where we were living, it was just not sustainable to live in a safe area on our budget. And so like within like a year of getting jumped, like we had moved from Long Beach where I got beaten and stuff to Huntington. And then I had this crazy experience where my neighbor like tried to murder me. It was kind of psychotic. And that's a whole scene that's in Two Stories book 2. But yeah, so then like I remember we were talking to detectives about the neighbor and stuff, and they were like, the detective was pretty much like, yeah, you're in like just a really bad neighborhood. Like, what do you think you're going to get in Huntington Beach for the costs that you're paying for an apartment? You think you're going to be like living it up like in this nice neighborhood? Like, it's just not like there's going to be heavy crime in this area, you know, and a lot of crazy people. And we thought about it and we were just like, yeah, let's just move to Portland. So we moved to Portland, and then we had trouble with that because, you know, a lot of it was like the weather and unresolved issues and family stuff and all sorts of stuff. And I wrote about that stuff in particular in book 1 of Quarterly Stories, like kind of some of the stuff that was going down there. And so I found myself alone in Portland because my wife moved back. She wasn't my wife at the time. She was my fiance. And I also found myself just like paralyzed with fear that I hadn't really addressed, like where I was thinking about death all the time. By the way, let me know if this is too heavy or something, right? But I was thinking about death all the time. Like I would like listen to songs about death. I would I was constantly thinking about purpose because I was like a hardcore atheist at the time. And to me, I just couldn't get over like what felt like the purposelessness of things, like because things started working out and I did start getting some notoriety as a cartoonist and as an artist. And yet I was like, why do I still feel like there's just like no point? Like, yeah, Philip said, man, I had no idea you'd been through all that. Not heavy at all. I'm really interested. Yeah, I don't talk about it. And part of why I don't talk about it a lot is I'm working on the book. So like when the book comes out, then I'll talk about it more. But and I have talked about it a lot on stream, but like I've done, 400 and something streams. So, it makes sense that like, not everybody would be clued in on that. But yeah, so my biography is kind of interesting. And I don't want to play victim with this kind of conversation either, because it's like, it's not like I'm unique for having those things happen. Things like that happen to people all the time, especially people who are poor, you know, and I'm poor. I was really poor at the time. Like now I feel like I'm poor, but it's like my life is so much better than it was at that time, like financially at least. And it's not great right now, but it's like we're still like in such a better spot. But so I'm going to be like, this is always a hard story to tell too, because I'm going to be bouncing around. So bear with me. And if you guys get bored in chats, just let me know. But yeah, so I was just at this point where, you know, like I couldn't feel safe like walking around cities at night. And I'm a walker. I'm a person who likes to walk and be outside and stuff like that. And I used to be very much like a night owl who liked to, you know, like go for walks at night or check out cityscapes or like look at the beauty of landscapes and stuff like that. And that had been kind of ruined for me. So I remember having a pocket knife at the time that I would walk with. And I would always have my hand in my pocket, like it. Anyhow, in retrospect, a lot of this stuff is like PTSD type stuff that I didn't really realize was PTSD at the time. Because at the time, I didn't even believe in therapy. This is way before Quarterly Stories was written, or Two Stories. So at the time, I didn't even think therapy was relevant. I had that like, I was very left leaning politically and stuff then, and very heavily atheist, like hardcore atheist. But at the time, I also really had this firm belief that I thought psychology was just BS and that people just needed to pull themselves up, like it's like a willpower kind of thing. And a lot of that's societal. I think the way that men are brought up and stuff, where it's just like, you know, like grit your teeth and bear it kind of thing, you know, and anyhow, so I've changed since then, by the way. I'm a firm believer in therapy and dealing with things. And I think like a lot of things came out later that were like really unresolved issues. But anyhow, so flash forward, we're in Portland for like years. And then, you know, we have this like crisis where I'm alone in Portland and I'm questioning everything. Like, and at the time I was like listening to Elliott Smith on loop, which I still love Elliott Smith, and reading tons of books of philosophy and getting really into Kant and just like really struggling with the like ultimate question, which to me is like, if it's a game, and bear in mind, I don't believe this, but this just seemed like the natural conclusion of my beliefs because I was an atheist, and not only was I an atheist, I was an existentialist, which I thought was the logical extension of atheism. And to me, that seemed like very rational. Now I don't know if it's so rational, but at the time, it seemed like the most rational thing where I was like, okay, well, I mean, at the time I was thinking, well, there's no God, so therefore, you know, like purpose is what we make it. And for a long time, that kind of drove me. So I'd be like, okay, art is the purpose that you define for yourself and you make your mark in this world. And that is the whole point. But then I remember having these deeper thoughts, and I mapped a lot of these out in Two Stories book 1, you know, where I'm going through that depression cycle, right? Where I show like the like kind of illogical logic that happens when people get suicidal, where and full disclosure, I'm going to talk about some pretty heavy topics here because it was asked. But anyhow, so I found myself just like really having trouble explaining why anyone does anything at all. Like from an existentialist perspective, it was hard to understand why would Sisyphus just keep pushing the boulder. And I had read like, you know, an existential philosophy because it's all differing. It's not like all the existentialists had the same thing. But, you know, the justification that I gripped onto was the idea of like, you know, self-definition and, you know, believing the deception and pushing, like enjoying the act of pushing the boulder up the proverbial hill because that is what is your lot. And to an extent, what's funny is like I haven't changed much on that, because as a Christian, I'm still an existentialist. I'm just like an existentialist who's, you know, kind of like I'm more like interested in like Ecclesiastes. Like I think Ecclesiastes is a very existentialist book, but I think that it's like existentialism with hope in a weird way. But I'm not a fan of like propagating it or pushing it on people, because I don't think that's how it works. I don't think that's how God works. And so if you notice that I'm not like preaching on my stream, it's because I'm not trying to like make converts. Like I think that kind of thing happens with relationships, and it's not something that I think you can force on people, partially because I don't even think that's how it works. Like I kind of think, weirdly, I don't know if people choose, and that's an interesting thing. But that wasn't the determinist thing. Like determinism came way later. That's actually been like the last few years where I've gotten really interested in determinism. I wasn't like super interested in that at all at the time. But I think even at the time, I don't think that was like as in vogue as it is now. So I don't even know if I had stumbled upon even the word determinism. But I remember I had a bunch of criticisms of the Bible and stuff like that. But then I find myself in Portland, and full disclosure, I was also raised Christian, and so I had this really weird perception of Christianity because I was raised in the really extreme, like Christian, what I call the Christian industrial complex. So it's like, and I've talked about this on streams and interviews and stuff, but it's like the Christian industrial complex in my mind is kind of like the focus on the family kind of brand of Christianity, where you can actually see it in full action in the Trump America right now. The school, the Christian school that I went to right now probably is like full bore, like Trumpists, like crazy right wing, like religious people. And so I like, that's what threw me off of the religion for a long time was, I would look into it, stuff that I was taught when I was a kid, and it was just like BS. Like they'd be like, the fossil record's false, and I'd look into it and I'm like, no, actually the fossil record's like super accurate. Like, or they'd be like, there's no transitionary fossils like from like the whale to like from a land animal like and a whale, and it turns out the whale is like the most documented transitional fossils known. Like where you have every stage of the transition. Anyhow, whatever. Point being, I'm in Portland. I'm pretty depressed. I'm starting to question the point of anything. And not because I'm like having a miserable life. Like oddly enough, a lot of things I've been pursuing, even though I'm having relationship issues, a lot of the things I'm pursuing are starting to pan out. And I start thinking, even if they do pan out, like what is the point? Like, and at some point, the point being the point you make just wasn't enough for me. And the way I think I expressed this in two stories too, but the way I thought of it at the time was like, if we're all playing like a video game or a board game where we all know the predetermined ending, which is just death and meaninglessness, what is the point of making meaning, right? Like that just stuck with me. It was really just drilled into my head. And for some reason, at the time, I was friends with Chris Oatley because I was doing Big Illustration Party Time. This is a long story. I'm sorry. But anyhow, my buddy Chris Oatley, like he had a podcast, and Kevin Cross and I had become really big in the podcasting space. Like we were like this is where I'm like saying, like at the time we were having some big success. Like we were at a point with our podcast where we would do like Stumptown, which was the Portland comic book show. And we'd have like a line out the door for like for our podcast just to buy our stuff. Cause like they just loved our podcast. And so we were having a lot of success with that. I was doing like really high end illustrations at this point for, you know, some really big clients that I had pursued forever. I was finally repped at the time by a group that doesn't exist anymore, but my illustration rep, the July group, was like starting to get me a lot of work, and like just everything was looking bright. Everything I had pursued was looking good, but I just kept feeling like a meaninglessness to it. And anyhow, so my wife and I kind of resolve our stuff, and while I'm in Portland, though, there's this weird experience I have where I start thinking about like this old passage that I heard when I was a kid, like in church and growing up. And by the way, you got to keep in mind that my family at the time are still Christian, and they're not like crazy right-wing nutty Christians. Like they're people who are like really deep thinkers, you know, like C.S. Lewis, Mere Christianity type Christians, you know. Like my mom was an old hippie, you know, like who believed in Christ. So she was kind of part of that like weird Jesus movement in like the 70s and stuff. And like my dad was like a really thoughtful Christian, to the point where, you know, I think I've mentioned this, but you know, my father growing up was like the type of guy who, if you made a claim that was something you learned at school about even Christianity, he'd just like, for the fun of it, bring up the devil's advocate position, because he wanted me to be able to think for myself and not just rehash things that other people taught me. Oh, nice. Philip said, no, I'm really invested in this now. LOL, Philip, said Dylan. Nice. I'm glad I got a couple people in here. I know I probably lost some viewers or whatever, but I don't care. It's a long story, so like you got to bear with me for the ride. I tell it a lot better in book 2 because it's an edited story, right? You can see why I need an editor, because I'm a rambly guy. But anyhow, so I'm at this point where I'm like triple checking my locks on my doors, you know? So I'm like, everything's great, but I'm also like really afraid of people, which I think is a pretty normal reaction when people betray you, and, you know, that societal norm, that accepting idea that like we're all humans in this together, when that's kind of exploited and you've been like beaten the crap out of it, it just kind of, and like left to just rot, you know, after. And then you deal with the realities of how other people treat you when you're a victim of something, and how they'll be like, well, maybe you shouldn't have been out, or maybe, you know, like all the victim blamey shit that people do that they have no idea they're doing. Just that's like an identity. It's an identity crushing thing. And then keep in mind also all the self-doubt that happens, because as a man, you feel pride in, you know, being strong and capable and kind of putting things together, and being in a position of just total vulnerability where, you know, you're being like hospitalized and stuff like that, and like having to get like stitches on like, and rely on people and get like dental work to make up for like the teeth that were knocked out. And like, it's just like, you know, and like all of that, like, even though it was years before we lived in Portland, it was all like residual impacts of that causing me to like feel nervous, like about going out, and then facing those fears. And I'd still go out and still live my life. But in the back of my mind was this, like, I'm going to die at some point. And I don't want it to be from like, you know, like somebody surprising me on the street or something, or like somebody breaking into my place, you know, that kind of stuff. So these residual fears are there. And then I was thinking about this passage that, you know, and thinking about my family, and there's a scene in Jacob's apartment that's actually directly biographical. Like most of that is a fake story. Most of Jacob's apartment is not a true story. There's some truth to it. Like how I got into comics is in Jacob's apartment. Like the character Jacob has some elements of me in him, and then some that aren't. Like there's fiction in that, right? In two stories, there's no fiction. It's just boom, like cold, hard, like terrible autobio, right? But one of the scenes from that is almost word for word from my life is when Jacob is driving with his mom through a rough neighborhood and is like kind of scared, and his mom basically says why she has no fear, right? And is like basically saying it's because of her belief in God. And that was like when I thought I became a Christian when I was younger. And then a lot of that faith deconstruction is very like autobiographical too, that Jacob goes to, right? So that's kind of like a losing faith kind of story. And a lot of the losing faith element of that is very biographical, right? It's veiled autobiography. So anyhow, also my father passed, and that's where I think I had completely lost my faith. So that scene where his father dies is like very autobiographical too, because I went through losing my father to cancer and stuff. So this is so rambling. Anyhow, so flash forward, we're in Portland. I'm kind of having these feelings. I'm really trying to figure out like what is the point? Like why does anybody do this thing? And it gets to the point where I like lose touch with the point. Like I don't think there is a point. And at that point I get convinced that the rational decision is just to end it. Because it's like, why does anybody like sustain the suffering, you know? And so I was just like, it's just completely logical. And that's where the events of Two Stories happen, right? Where I find myself like on a bridge, like I find myself commuting on a bridge to like basically off myself. And that was like a really dark time in my life. So anyhow, the order of events always gets confusing. That's why it like took forever to write, because I had to like talk to other people and stuff for book 2. But from what I recall, I could be wrong. Maybe we moved back before, but I think it was before we moved. I just started thinking about the passage, the biblical passage that we had to memorize when I was a kid. That's like, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. And it's like, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. And of course, like, because I had like Christian school education, even though I think a lot of it was really bad, I knew the kind of deeper meaning of like the rod and staff. Like, you know, it's like there's comfort in having like a good shepherd or whatever. And I was thinking about that and I was like, actually, you know, I kind of wish, because I was like, all this fear and insecurity and stuff that I feel just sucks. And like, as much as I like really at the time hated Christian, like I hated like almost every interaction I had with my family was like arguments about how stupid their belief was. I just thought it was the dumbest thing. I thought people were bamboozled and that they had been, you know, sold a bill of goods. And to this day, I still think a good chunk of the Christian church has been sold a bill of goods, and it is like a political wing. It's pretty obvious in the U.S. Right now that that's true, but mixed in there, I believe is some real truth, because I thought of that passage and I was realizing that I was like, you know what, that would actually be nicer to believe that there's a purpose. Like, cause right now I don't think there's a purpose. And I'm too skeptical to be okay with being like, the meaning of life is to play pretend. I just think that's a tough one to swallow. And I never could be comfortable with that. And I wrestled with it a lot. But I finally remembered that verse and realized like it would be comforting to believe that, but I cannot force myself to believe something just because it's comfortable. Because if you guys notice anything from this live stream, you know, I lean into discomfort if that's where logic takes me. Like if a logical conclusion takes me to somewhere that I'm not comfortable with, like a good example, determinism. I am very uncomfortable with that as an idea, but it seems true, so I'm drawn to it. Like that's just the way I've always been. I cannot shut off the skeptic in my brain. And but I was thinking about it and I was just like, it would be nice. Like it would be comforting to think that all things are, you know, being done for my good, and that there is this loving God in Christ and all this stuff. And I started thinking about Christ, and I was like, I don't think even Christ is that bad to believe in. I thought, now keep in mind that at the time I thought that it was, at the time, this is at the time, I want to really clarify, I actually thought that it was, that the Old Testament God was evil. I was very much kind of in the realm of like the Christopher Hitchens, who I still love. Like, I still think he's a brilliant guy, was a brilliant man, but I was very much in line with the Christopher Hitchens thing of not only is God, you know, at the time I thought not only was God non-existent, but also evil. Like, that's what I thought. And, but anyhow, so I'm having this thought about like Christ himself as a figure, and I actually end up turning my Bible to like, I think it's John. It's been a long time, but it's like a passage that's basically, you know, I basically start reading through John because of course I have a Bible, and as an atheist, I loved having a Bible because I would read it all the time to argue with Christians. Like my point, like I was like hunting through the Bible for like inconsistencies and problems, and I would like piss off Christians at the time because I would bring up stuff that they hadn't read, and they wouldn't even know that it's something that they were claiming to believe. And it was fun for me at the time. I was even working on a comic called Sunday School for Atheists. I had this whole plan to do a comic that would like debunk Christians, but also teach more atheists the weird stuff in the Bible that's like awful. That's how on board with like non-Christianity I was, right? But yeah, I just thought about that. I think it was one day where I was like triple checking the locks on my door and thought about that. Yea, though I'll walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'll fear no evil, and realized there's a lot of comfort to that belief. And then I thought about it. So I read a bunch of John about Christ and like everything, like his experience with the woman at the well, and just his statements about how humans should treat each other. And I was like, this is so inspiring. Why does it have to connect to this like evil guy who's like killing women and children in the Old Testament? Like, it's so, and also, how am I going to believe in this kind of like the resurrection of the dead and all this absurd stuff, right? But I did think about it, and I read the passage where he was saying, knock and the door will be open to you. Okay. Corny, typical Christian story. Okay. That I'm going to tell. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. So I kneeled on, like, I'm in a room alone, and I kneel down and I just pray like, God, I don't believe in you. I don't believe in any of this stuff. I actually think a lot of it's evil. Like, and I just am like, but you say knock and the door will be open to you. You say the truth will set you free, and that that, you know, if you're seeking the truth, that you are the truth. And all I do all day is look for the truth, and I'm obsessed with the truth, and the truth is the reason I don't believe in this nonsense. And so I'm like, I can't buy it, but if there is truth to it, I want to know. And I'm knocking. And I did that prayer, and then nothing huge happened. And I laid down to go to bed, and then I was overwhelmed. And I don't expect you guys to believe this. In fact, I encourage you to be skeptics in life. I do. If somebody tells me a story about seeing an angel, I didn't see an angel, by the way, but growing up in the church, I would hear stories about people who were like, I was in a car crash, and like the archangel Michael, like, or whatever archangel, you know, they saw. And it's clearly just like a delusion this person had, or a story they're making up for like social credit at church, you know? So I don't expect you guys to have to believe this, but I do swear I'm telling the truth from my own experience, right? And I'm sure there's reasons somebody could rationalize that maybe I was experiencing trauma or something like that. Like, I'm sure there is a logical explanation you could come up with for it. But for me, after I did the prayer thing, I was hit with what felt like just the freshest breath I had ever taken in my life. Just the cold, it's hard to explain. It's like cold, cool air just filling my lungs. And when that happened, and like, it's not even a cold day, it's not cold in there. It was just this cold, calming, it's hard to explain, but that's the best I can explain it. Calming air, okay, flowed through my body, and I knew, I don't know how I knew, but I just knew it was the Holy Spirit. And I was just hit with the fact that it was all true. Like, that the whole thing that I had been attacking and insulting and deriding was absolutely true. And not only that like, even the God that I thought was evil was loving, and that I was wrong. And that it happened like the same night that I had done that prayer, just saying, hey, I'm knocking, like, if this is true, sincerely, like, and then I'm like, I was like weirded out, because I was like, that's weird. You actually, if you like sincerely are seeking the truth and you knock, like, the door like just opens. Like, that's so stupid. Like, I don't know. I still have trouble with it to this day, because it's just bizarre. Because, and this is why I don't believe in doing the like hard standing on a corner yelling at people saying they're going to hell, or whatever kind of way of evangelizing. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I was mentioning Chris Oatley. Chris Oatley, it didn't just come out of nowhere. Chris Oatley also sent me some books that got my brain thinking, because he was a Christian, and he was like, hey, like, I know you're a hardcore atheist and stuff, but can I send you like 2 books? And I'm like, sure, and I'm thinking these are going to be like dumb books. And one of them was Searching for God Knows What, which is by the same guy who wrote Blue Like Jazz, which is a terrible movie, but an amazing book. And then he told me about Francis Chan, who's a really great writer in Christianity. And then he also recommended I read The Language of God by Francis Collins. And Francis Collins, like, this is before that prayer. I forgot to kind of mention these things. But Francis Collins made an argument that that like he was basically explaining to Christians why scientists think it's silly when they're saying, well, evolution's just a theory. And he was basically trying to say, like, these two things are at war and they don't need to be, because evolution can be true and Christianity can both can be true at the same time. And then he made the argument for God from semiotics, which I had never heard before, where he was talking about decoding the human genome, which is what he did under the Clinton administration. And then when they get down to the finest parts of DNA, that it ended up being semiotic. Like, so science basically is very reductive, meaning like you can kind of take anything complex and reduce it. That's basically the idea of science, is like, we're going to reduce and reduce and reduce. You shouldn't go down. You shouldn't be able to reduce and then come up with like one of the most complicated languages, like at the finest molecule, at the finest, smallest level. You shouldn't get to language. That's insane, but the idea of like that he makes is it's like a more sophisticated blind watchmaker argument, but I found it much more compelling than the blind watchmaker. so that did kind of crack, I think, my thinking on it and lead to this night, that was like probably a year later, like, cause I had been boiling through those. I liked the books. I had a really good friend named Alan Noble at the time, who's still a really good friend of mine too, who is a really prominent writer actually, in Christian circles, but is not like a crazy Trumper. And he would have conversations with me about God and stuff that I found really profound and compelling. And so I think all of those things just kind of worked to like change my thinking a little bit. But the thing that really did it was just the praying and seeking truth and then God revealing himself. And that was, I don't think you can force that. I don't think you can proselytize that. The friends that meant something to me and like kind of had to do with me changing my mindset on it weren't like hammering for me to like convert. Like they were just having honest conversations with me, and they wouldn't lie. They'd be like, yeah, the Old Testament is really weird, and like it is kind of strange that God commanded the genocide of people. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's like really tough with the Old Testament. And I still don't really logically know how to grapple with a lot of it. But it's meaningless to really dig deep into without the Holy Spirit. And that's like the part that I think is like the part I had missed growing up, was like the whole Holy Spirit thing, which sounds like woo woo and insane, but like that was my experience. So, yeah, so that's part of why I don't like talk a ton about it, because it's like I don't think I will talk with people about it if they ask, but I don't think I'm going to convince anyone, because I think there's a bigger thing at play with convincing people. Like I think you need the Holy Spirit for people to be saved, and I don't think you can force that to happen. I don't even know if it's like really possible. I think we're all kind of that is where like the predestination thing comes in. I do think we're, as dark as this can sound, I think that Christians are kind of pre-selected by God by nothing we did ourselves. Like we're, I'm a horrible person. Like I'm not a good person, I'm not the worst person, but I think we're all pretty terrible, and I don't think any of us have like earned God's love, so like if God chooses to kind of be like, hey, I don't even know how that works exactly. Maybe determinism has something to do with it. That's not why I've been drawn to determinism. I'm just a guy who's usually pretty curious about stuff, but yeah, so that was my experience. And I will tell you, like, it's not like I gained a lot from my salvation at the time, like when it happened, because I lost a lot of friends. Because like I said, I was really, really adamantly atheistic. And so I had friends who like literally just stopped talking to me because they were just like, I can't believe it. Or they were worried that I had become some like crazy right winger. And I'm like, no, I'm the same. I'm kind of the same person. I just don't believe the same thing anymore. And I am a little transformed, but I'm not like, judging people as I'm like walking past them, or like, suddenly like a teetotaler or something. I don't know. But yeah, I lost a lot of friends, and I was really fortunate. This is the fun part of the story, is like, weirdly, this is happening to me in Portland, and I hadn't said anything to Maya about it, because Maya and I were trying to kind of, at this point we had kind of worked stuff out, and we were like figuring out how to basically like save up enough money to where we could like move somewhere in California, and so she was staying with her parents at the time, and I was like stuck in Portland, and we were trying to figure out like how are we going to get this like working, and so things were not perfect with us at the time, and so it was kind of like it wasn't a topic I felt comfortable bringing up, because I had just been such a jerk about it. Like our whole relationship, if she ever brought up like she'd have conversations with my mom and then be curious about Christianity, and I'd be like really pissed off about it. Because I was like, it's just don't fall into the trap. You know, I thought it was just a big scam. And I had given her grief about that for years. And so this was like a personal experience. I was like overjoyed and wanted to tell everyone about it. But I also felt like it just felt weird to bring up to her. And then it was like there was one night where we were talking on the phone. And Mai just kind of mentioned like, hey, I'm kind of thinking about like going to like a church like my friend goes to. And I was like, interesting. And I hadn't brought anything up to her. So I started talking to her about my experience. And then it turns out we both had like a really similar experience. And this is funny because my wife was like an atheist from when she was born. Like her whole family, like, she just thought the whole thing was nonsense. And I think it was like experiences with my mom that had changed her thinking on it. And again, my mom wasn't like proselytizing, you know, she's just hanging out. So she was saved as well. And that's kind of how we ended up both being Christians, but we're like weird, artsy, like anti-Trumpers, probably like politically, you know, the Christians who are Christians politically would probably view us as non-Christians, but we have a relationship with Christ. So, but yeah, that's how it happened. And it's weird to talk about online, but that's kind of your answer, Philip. I get way more into detail with it in book 2 of 2 stories, which by the way is not like it's not it is my testimony, but it's not a testimony trying to like save souls or anything like that. It's just a book that's about my journey, you know? Yeah. So anyhow, that's that. Did that answer your question, Philip? Was that way too long-winded? I might've lost Philip already. I don't think I did, but yeah. So there's that story, which I've told on stream before, but like I haven't talked about it in a while. So thanks for asking. I'm always happy. But it's awkward to talk about sometimes because I really am firmly convinced. Philip said, "No, I'm still here. I'm glad you shared all that." Thanks. Yeah, it's a very personal experience for me, and I'm thankful for it. It gave me purpose. And that's what I was looking for. So yeah, it's probably the most meaningful thing that happened in my life, and it's why my wife and I had a kid. There's a promise in the Bible about having kids being a blessing, and we started thinking about having kids, and we were worried about like money and all that stuff, and then we just read that passage and we're like, all right, let's do it. Let's have kids. And that's the second best decision that I've ever made in my life. The first was just to like knock, and then the door was opened, and then the second was to have my son, which has been the most meaningful experience of my life outside of you know, obviously the salvation story, you know, and of course like my relationship with my wife, because our relationship improved a lot after that. Like we, yeah, like not after having a kid, but like before having a kid, like just from having that belief and that meaning, and yeah, it's made me into a better person. I've definitely become a better person as a Christian than I was as a non-Christian, because it's led me to do things that I otherwise probably selfishly wouldn't have done. Philip said, I had been told you had shared about your experience, and I've wanted to ask for a while, but I didn't expect you to share the whole thing right now, but I'm glad you did though. Yeah, I probably should have like gone through like a little bit of it, but it's one of those things, like it's a lot of interweaving. Even what I just told you, even 2 Stories book 2, like it's all very condensed, and there's a million, like that's the thing I think is cool about that I think is cool about how I perceive God as working. I don't know if I'm right, but it seems to me like there's that like people get saved by I will tell you this. I agree with Christ in the sense that I think a lot of people claiming the name of Christ are complete hypocrites and are not saved. I think all of us are actual hypocrites, but I think there's a lot of people out there touting the name of Christ and that have nefarious ends in mind and are using the religion to control people, get them to vote a certain way, get them to support certain causes, get them to hate other people, which is so antithetical to what Christ taught. So that horrifies me. Like when I see how members of the church treat like the LGBTQ community, and they like isolate, like they obsess about like gay people, and it's shocking to me. Like it is so antithetical to how Christ behaved, and that to me is like really disturbing. And a lot of things I disliked as an atheist, I still very much, in fact, I have more reason to dislike, because not only do I dislike it, but it's insulting to what I believe because it's a misrepresentation of truth. And it's damaging to people. And I think that sucks. Like that there's a lot of people out there, you know, that are waving the banner of what I believe and using it to hurt people. And I think that's a really it's like offensive now. Whereas like when I was an atheist, like it wasn't like, it was just kind of fun to like crush, you know, people in debates. But now it's offensive when people misrepresent it, because it's like, you know, it's kind of like if you get really into punk rock and then somebody goes around claiming punk rock, but being like a complete like misrepresentation of the thing that you play and love and you've been spending your life in. It's like the same thing where, you know, I feel that way very passionately when I see, you know, people claiming Christ, but like hurting other people, or like, you know, being really happy about, you know, crushing immigrants, or, you know, like things that I just think are not representative of Christ. I don't think Christ would be, you know, really happy about setting ICE agents against, you know, the least of these. I think that's there's just so much like that is just heartbreaking as a Christian. And honestly, I'm kind of de-churched at this point, because like I don't like I just don't know how many like quote unquote Christians I can trust, you know? I don't know if that makes sense, but I've just seen so many people like fall into this like weird side cult that's like not even related to the belief. It's just like a cult, and it's like I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to smear those people, because I cannot say whether somebody's like saved or not. You know, that's not really my place to do. But yeah, so it's a really weird place to be, because I firmly believe this thing. I think it's all true. I even think, like, I tend to think that even Genesis is true, which is insane. But I also don't think those 7 days are literal days, you know? And I don't even think the Bible's like trying to say that. But yeah, my point is, I just, it's funny because a lot of the things that aggravated me as an atheist, about Christians, and I'm going to say that in quotes, cause I don't know, you know, but, I equally get a little irked by, because I'm like, you're just misrepresenting, like there's a responsibility, that we have to people. And I think a lot of people aren't living up to it, including myself. I fail a lot too. So that's where, again, like the deterministic thing is good. I got to remember, don't judge other people, because like, again, I don't know where they're coming from, you know? like sometimes you might look at somebody and be like, this person is a terrible terrible example of Christianity. One of my favorite C.S. Lewis stories talks about that, where somebody's like judging this like really badly behaving person for being like a bad example of a Christian or something, and then you find out the biography, and you find out all these like Christians that are judging him are like grew up like wealthy and had all these beautiful things, and this guy's like a hardened guy who grew up on the streets and was like beaten all the time, and like so for him to behave halfway decent is more of a transformation than for like some rich kid to like continue being rich and still be a hypocrite, like so I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a weird thing to talk about though, but because it's always contentious and people always feel I felt that way when I was an atheist. Like when people talk about their faith, I used to think, oh man, they're proselytizing and forcing their belief down my throat, that kind of thing. And that's definitely not something I want to do to people. So, but I want people to be able to like experience what I've experienced and have the hope that I have. Yeah, 100%. But I just don't think it's forced. I think the way it works to me from what I've observed is it seems like a web of people just saying what the hope is they have, and then people's personal experiences that'll lead people there. I don't think you can rationally get people there, and I don't think you can I don't know. I just maybe that's just my own calling or whatever, but I do feel like I'm supposed to talk about it if somebody asks, but it's not like an obligation. It's just I'm happy to talk about it. Yeah. So we finished the page, dude. Philip, that was an incredible thanks for asking that question, because that got me through the page. Yeah. And we talked about determinism earlier. I talked about my faith a little bit towards the end. That's actually led to a lot of things, even like my own philosophy on like teaching and stuff like that. Like, I think you need to be good to people. It's kind of what it comes down to, is like, if I'm not being loving to people, I'm not really living up to what I should, which is daily. Like I'm not perfect, and I'm a pretty selfish person quite often, but like, I try not to be. Yeah, Philip was saying, I think, I'm not a Christian any longer, but I also wouldn't try to argue somebody else's beliefs. Yeah. And I still don't do the same. So yeah, because I grew up in that system, and the system I grew up in, I would say I'm definitely not that kind of Christian. Like, I think that, a lot of the school I was in was propagating a lot of lies as like a basis for faith. And I think that's a dangerous thing. So I don't think, if you build a house on like stilts and then the stilts collapse and the house collapses, it's like, it's not a shock. And a lot of the stuff that I was taught like growing up were like false supports for a belief. And so I don't believe in a lot of those false supports. So yeah. And personally, I mean, I don't think you have to believe in evolution, but I do think it's insane that a lot of people deny what seems factually true. Because that was the big thing for me, and still is to this day. I don't think truth can negate truth. So something is either false, or both are true, or one is true and one is false, or both are false, right? You can't have a truth that negates a truth. Does that make sense? You can't have two things. So if we observably see what looks like evolution was probably the process, and like that kind of just keeps leading to like crazy scientific innovations, and we end up like finding mRNA because we knew to look for it, because we knew that there would be a self-replicating component to DNA, and the only reason we knew that was because of evolutionary theory. And we keep putting this theory in the lab, and the lab results in things like life-changing vaccines and decoding of the human genome, and like just so much like science that develops from the truth of evolution. I think that like you can be a Christian who doesn't believe in evolution, but I think it's silly to deny that might be the method, because it sure looks like it, you know. Again, like, but you know, I'm not 100% gonna say I'll stake my my life on my faith. Like I really 100% believe that God is real and that Christ is real, but I'm not going to stake 100% on evolution, but I'd say I'm like 90% sure that that's probably how things came to be. You know, like I think that must have been the method that God used, you know, and that brings up all sorts of quandaries, like the problem of death, which is a tough one. That's the big debate, right? If you are like, by the way, if you guys, I am happy to hear everyone's beliefs, you know, but for me, my own struggle in it is trying to figure out, like, so if evolution is the process by which God made the universe, how do we explain all the death that came before man evolved? Does that make sense? Like, you can kind of figure a way where it can cohesively work with Genesis. Like, you can. Like, there's a book written by John Lennox that's amazing, that kind of offers one window into how that could happen, called The 7 Days That Defined the World. And that's amazing that can be solved. But the one thing that I haven't heard a really solid resolution for is death coming into the world and affecting animals and plants, and all the violence and death that happened before Adam, you know? So like that's tough, because it's like before the first human, you know, basically like chose to leave God, like how did death enter the world? Does that make sense? Like, because death is supposed to be like the curse kind of put on man for their you know, their choice to try to live freely from God. Yeah, Philip was saying my own experience is sort of the reverse of yours. He said I couldn't explain to begin everything, but I do understand where you're coming from. Actually, I think we might have had a similar experience. It's like I lost faith, and I think my experience of losing faith probably mirrors yours quite a bit. The gaining faith was really not expected. So that was weird. I'm still kind of weirded out by it. Like, I don't know why someone like me, like why as silly as it is, I don't know why God would want somebody like me, because I was somebody who was like actively opposed to the idea, and really insulting and like snobby and prideful and awful about it. I don't know why. Like, it's just a weird, I guess life is just weird how our philosophies are shaped and stuff. But yeah, I'd love to hear your experience, Philip, but it'll have to be another night. But Philip, maybe next stream you can let me know. But thanks for the question. I got to get some sleep because it's like 2:30 in the morning. Thanks to everybody who tuned in. If you guys haven't yet, hit the bell so you get notifications when we're going to go live. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Philip said I got to crash too. Yeah. So I think we're all pretty tired, but thank you guys for keeping me company. I finished a page that I needed to finish. I'm going to be working on more art tomorrow. I got to develop a curriculum. I got to get ready for my classes that I'm attending as a student. And then I have to make copies of the Upside Down Man, which is a fundamental project. If you never did that in an art class, you should. It's cool. It's painful, but it's good exercise. And And then, yeah, I'll be working on comics too tomorrow. So I'll probably see you. And I might even do another music stream because that was fun. Let me know if you guys like the music stream too. I think Dylan said he liked it. So that's good. Dylan's True Blue. Good night, guys. Good night, Philip. Good night, Dylan. Good night to the silent few that are watching. And I'll see you guys on the next live stream. Thanks for hanging out with me. If I got corny towards the end, blame Philip Chandler. He asked, okay? I'm kidding. All right, guys, have a good night. Sleep well. I'm really bad at goodbyes, so I'll just say goodbye. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to crumble!
I'm Joshua Kemble, and welcome to Joshua Kemble's live stream. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 20 years. I was an art director for 9 years. And when I'm not art directing and working on illustrations and graphic designs, I'm working on comic books and graphic novels, and that's usually what I do during my streams. And while conversations can go all over the place on this stream, from spicy and entertaining to goofy and silly, one thing stays consistent throughout every stream. I'll always be working on art. So pull up a chair, get your art supplies out, and get ready for an entertaining show that'll keep you company while you work on your own personal art projects. This is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream.